Yeah, I started right here. He spoke over 100 languages. Just feel free to cut in whenever you want. His name was Valiant Thor. He looks human, but he has some key physiological differences. He is from Venus, after all. One of the great tenets of the huge extraterrestrial UFO lore that has blanketed truth seekers, which they say is conspiracy theories, for over 80 years, and if there's any conspiracy that's existed for 100 years, it's Einsteinianism. For over 80 years, and one which has enthralled certain fringe believers. Did I say that? Oh, that's going to put me on the fringe. The story of Valiant Thor. I'm already there. I live on the fringe. Dr. Strange's. The story stems from a book written by Dr. Strange's, Stranger at the Pentagon, first published in 1967. Dr. Strange's, not the Marvel one, was a Christian preacher and founder of the International Evangelism Crusades. As well as being a UFO hunter and freelance private investigator, he is perhaps more famous for being the extensive author on the subject of alien intervention, and even used his evangelical organization to publish his UFO literature. That's how strong he felt about it. He's a unique figure in the conspiracy world as a devout Christian preacher who was able to reconcile his biblical preaching with his fervent belief and self-proclaimed first-hand interaction with ET life forms. You can read excerpts from the book at Biblio's Encyclopedia. Valiant Thor, in the book, Dr. Strange's claims that sometime in 1958 was given photographs of Valiant Thor and his second-in-command, Jill, and that he had been displaying these photographs as proof of their existence at lecture tours he was given at National Evangelic Centers. What do you think of that, Andy?
Yeah, keep going, Greg.
It was at one of these.
Our Dr. Strange, his evangelist church he set up was about the Crusades, which they still prophesize that there has to be a war against Israel, which will be the war of all wars. And at the end of it, the Israelis will lose, so will the Crusaders, and that will allow Christians to walk in, and it will be the promised land. That's what their belief system is.
Dr. Strange's.
Yes, that's what the crusade system is about, is that when they've defeated each other, the Christians
hold on, wait a second. I thought the Christian evangelicals were like allies to Israel.
Yes, they are. They're allies to them to fight the war for them.
Yes, they are in their Bible prophecy, yes. And I think that kind of angers them, don't it? We don't want to be part of your lore.
Yes. So anyway, we better get on.
Oh, yeah. Well, you were filling me in on who this Dr. Strange's guy is, because I never heard any of that stuff you just said.
And like it says here already, these timelines are a bit wobbly. It's, it could have been 1943, but Dr. Strange has got 1957. So this alien could have been your mate.
Well, I think that you're getting that confused with the Schneider guy. Let me read on. Okay. It was at one of these lectures for the release of his book, Saucerama, in 1959, because the late 50s were just exploded with UFO literature everywhere. And the guy who was on the serious end of that was Major Donald Reho. I don't know much about anyone else. There were a few wacky ones, I'm trying to think of one guy, George something. Adamar, I can't remember his last name, but he was on the freaky side. But anyways, in this book, Saucerama, Strange's claims that he was approached by a woman named Nancy Warren, a Pentagon insider, who offered him the chance to meet Val and speak with him. The story Val presented him with was that on March 16, 1957, in Alexandria, Virginia, which was a good year, by the way, Val's ship, the Victor I, landed, and he and his crew of 3, Jill, Don, and Tanya, were greeted by 2 police officers. After some quick interrogation, quick shot transfer, and he had them, they didn't have their license, they brought them in, had them call their superior officer, who called the Pentagon, and a meeting was arranged. I thought it said he was arraigned. A meeting was arranged with Neil McElroy, the Secretary of Defense. Once McElroy confirmed the veracity of Val's claims, he was ushered through an underground tunnel to the White House, where he met with President Dwight D. Eisenhower and Vice President Richard Down Nixon. Now, already this story is seeming a little hard to swallow, and like cornflakes made of sandpaper, even harder to swallow. But hold on to your tinfoil hat, as it's about to get really weird. According to Dr. Strangers, he and others were sought out by Val as being devout followers of the word of Jesus Christ. Jesus H. Christ. That reminds me of the guy in Full Metal Jacket. Jesus H. Christ. The man we confusingly know as both the Son of God and God himself is not just the Savior of mankind and the planet Earth, but of Venetians and Venus and all life in the universe at large. Now, you know where I say that. Venus is 6,000, 10,000 years old. How could they get people? It's so hot, it melts lead. If they live underground, they better live deep underground, but then it doesn't start getting hot again? Because the Earth does. I don't know. They should have...
they could live in the atmosphere.
But he could have just been telling them it was Venus, and maybe it was somewhere else.
Yes. But that's really kind of us to lend them our book.
What's that? Yes. Oh, you mean, yeah. But he's, wait a minute, it goes on. It goes on. I think he's going to say that Jesus was an alien. The Bible exists in all life-supporting planets. Well, if it is truly the Word of God, then it would, because God would make sure it did. That's one thing that I'm hesitant to say anything bad about the Bible or anything like that, because the Bible is just an uncanny, spooky, true book. Be it in the book form or as thought pattern, this is the word of Valiant Thor. The word came to preach. The word he came to preach to mankind, but when asked not to by Eisenhower and Nixon, he was content to forego his mission and acquiesce to their heathen demands. Dr. Strange has continued to report of his visits by Val, who apparently never went by Thor, so as not to be confused with Chris Hemsworth, obviously. I don't know who that is. But that Val saved his life on at least 3 occasions, thus allowing him to continue preaching the galactic word of Jesus. It's here we intersect with his story as in our DUM's Thumbs and Dulcie, Val to Phil Schneider episode. We told you how Phil claims his father, Oscar Schneider, once met and worked with Valiant Thor, but I always believed that Schneider was full of crap. However, he was murdered. And pretty grisly way, too. Now, I don't know why something like that would have happened if he was a crackpot. And Phil displayed a photograph on his lecture tour supposedly showing Oscar Schneider sitting behind Val on board the USS Eldridge, the ship you may remember from the Philadelphia experiment episode, as reportedly being involved in a bout of time travel after invisibility tests went awry. But I don't think time travel is possible. Do you, Andy?
Well, it's not. It doesn't seem to be time possible in our time. Whether in no. But good sport. Keep going. Keep going.
This is the way I see time travel right now. Of course, my mind is always willing to change if proof is there, but the universe does not know yesterday or today. Time is what Einstein says. It's what clocks say. The universe only knows right now. So if the universe only knows right now, it doesn't remember yesterday.
Well, maybe that ship went through a...
You have to take the whole universe with you if you time travel.
Maybe that ship went through what Rob was talking about, where you get the crack and the dimension, due to... he explained it with his photons and atoms and how you get that crack, that void, and maybe they temporarily went through that, and then somehow or other they were able to get back into our dimension.
So do you think that the Philadelphia experiment was real?
Well, it could have been. There's it could have been, and they're all the people that were supposed to be on. came back, they were different people, weren't they?
I heard that like some of them were melted into the floors and walls of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
From some crackpot thing they were trying. But I always just assumed that was hyperbole, you know, Hollywood. I never knew. But I did know that Tesla was involved in the Philadelphia experiment, but that was in the 40s. That wasn't in the 50s.
No, that's right. So maybe our old Dr. Strange has been able to bring that 40s
into the 50s?
Yes, because you would have the lag and everything too. So, yeah.
Thor had, check this out. Thor had 6 fingers on each hand, kind of like giants, an oversized heart, 1 giant lung, copper oxide blood like an octopus. Coincidence? An IQ off the scale, could be estimated as 1,200, and could speak 100 languages fluently, including alien languages. Chessbot. He also said his lifespan was almost 500 years. Wow, man, wouldn't that be awesome?
Well,
500.
Then again, you see, Greg, there's where your Venus thing possibly comes that he's been confused, poor old Strange.
All the aliens get to live longer than we do. That stinks.
Oh, so he could have come off Neptune or somewhere.
Yeah, well, one of its moons.
Because
a different solar system entirely.
They have different cycles around the sun.
Like you said, he looks German or Norwegian or something like that.
Yeah,
he's got Nordic, the big, he's got the jaw, you know, the German kind of Nordic kind of thing.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm somewhere in the middle there. I don't know. Okay, so according to Dr. Strange, Thor was 6 feet, 185, with brown wavy hair. It looks blonde to me, but maybe it's brown, and brown eyes. Brown eyes? You'd think he'd have blue or green or something. Timothy Good, a former U.S. government consultant who has been vocal about his knowledge of aliens, also said Eisenhower met aliens. That's pretty crazy.
Well, his daughter talks about that a bit.
Isn't she kind of a little like cuckoo? Like a little wacky?
Well, we can't say that, Greg. We're cuckoo ourselves at times.
Yeah, well, normal is a setting on the dryer.
Yep.
What do you think of all these wild and wonderful claims? Could there really be an intergalactic Jesus? Well, I would think that if there's one God, I think that would be possible. But does he have to die on every planet like he did this one? I mean, us humans treated him pretty bad, you know? You'd think if he went to another planet, they might make him king. They might be smart enough.
Or had he walked those planets and they were peaceful people and they'd allowed him to impart the wisdom. And that is why Thor could speak 100 languages and had such a high IQ. Mm. And that would be why when those police met him, he would have been able to change their mindset because he was so far ahead of them. So they might have wanted to cuff him and take him away, and by the time he's looked them down, they've gone, "Oh, you'll be best friend. We better go and see the Minister for Defence, and then we'll get a meeting for you with the President and the Vice President." So he had that mindset over a normal human. So then Jesus has come here to implement it. And what have we glued him across?
One of the things that made me think there might be a little bit of substance to that whole that we were bred to be a slave species is that we are really blindly submit to leaders pretty easily. That's one thing. And another thing is that, as the human race, we're kind of cursed because we can only live the maximum of 120 years. Is that done on purpose? Because, as people live longer, they become more peaceful, they become more experienced, they learn more. It seems like we're ruled by the erratic, mindless part. Because if we were allowed to, just imagine if George Washington was still alive, or Abraham Lincoln, all the experience they'd have. You would hope that it would be peaceful because they've already done all that other stuff and they know that it doesn't mean anything. Yep. Like all the dictators throughout history, how long did they really rule things? A couple years? And why was it so important to their ego that they ruled the world? And why do they have to be mean and nasty to people? Don't you think it'd be better to be forthright, honest, peace-loving, like John Kennedy? Look at all the peacemakers that lived that we know about. Jesus was crucified. Gandhi, shot and killed. Martin Luther King, murdered. John Kennedy, murdered. John Lennon, murdered. All the people who advocated peace were killed violently on Earth.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Just tells you a lot about our species.
Yeah, but it's easy to remember the violent ones. If you look at the last century, who were the people that I remember the most? The big three involved in World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, there was four. Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, and Hitler. They're the four people that I spoke about the whole lot of it, not about the people that were actually on the ground involved in it. No?
Mm-hmm.
So you look at what's going on today, right? They all go on about the two leaders with Russia and Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Not like you said, Greg. For some reason, we love to follow.
Yeah. We have this blind submission to leaders.
Yeah.
And no peace process can ever really take root, because as something wants to grow, it needs to have organization. And as soon as you provide organization, it isn't long before corruption comes into play.
Yep.
And then there goes the peace thing.
Yep.
It's so important to have dissent, because if you don't have dissent, then there's no checks and balances.
That's fair.
And you have to have checks and balances. But you don't see the mainstream media even giving the government any problems anymore. They just go along with the show.
And that was a big change that really occurred in the 1950s.
I think the very first time pool reporting became in vogue was with the Kennedy assassination. And that's when all reporters received their information from one source. You don't have any gumshoes or sleuths that dig for the truth and aren't murdered or, taken out or ruined.
Mm-hmm.
So then you don't know what's going on in the world. You only know what they want you to know, which is the case.
And
can't even talk against it.
People in the past who were able to sort of find documents that had fallen off a truck that would talk about things, and they could investigate it and open it all up.
Mm-hmm.
No longer be done, because with digital computerization, anyone that goes and has a look at anything can be tracked. So it's very difficult now for anybody to do the pass on, hey, look at this is a bit shonky, because the people in power can now go back and find out exactly who's viewed that page.
Oh, yeah. Well, I hear that they have a center where every single text anyone ever sends is kept.
Yep.
I'll finish the article. Or could, in Valiant Thor of Venus, and a time-traveling battleship that they travel on? Or could it be three men who made careers out of the unbelievable, inexplicable, and unprovable? Bear in mind that the WikiLeaks email sent by astronaut Edgar Mitchell, who passed away some years ago now, adds up to this story. Remember, our involvement, ETI, from the contagious universe, are helping us bring zero-point energy to Earth, and a sure taken a long way. They will not tolerate any forms of military violence on Earth or in space. I don't know what that had to do with Valiant Thor.
Yeah, well, what they're saying is we will not provide you with the 0-point type energies or allow you to continue to develop them to a point of use.
Well, that would be kind of cool if there were some aliens saying, nope, sorry, Earth, you ain't using nuclear weapons. That would be pretty cool, I think.
Yep.
Because we sure do need it. Yep, NASA, well, let's read a few of these headlines. It's pretty interesting. Enormous solar superstorm could knock out the internet worldwide, study says. Oh, my God, not that. That would just destroy me. I don't know if I could live without the internet, Andy. Electronic ET, intelligent aliens are likely machines. Well, of course. Why would you send a biological unit that's going to age and die? It would be more advantageous to send robots. Just like we do. We got, and that's just so hard to believe that they got that robot that rolling around down there on Mars, nothing to take care of it, not even a station to plug into, and yet it lives for decades.
Yeah.
We can't even keep a battery charged for 24 hours.
Nope.
Of course, it's got a nuclear power plant, which is contaminating the planet with nuclear waste, probably. But you know what nuclear waste is, right? It's EMF waves, because everything's electric. Russian genius child says Egyptian Sphinx holds life-changing key to life beyond Earth. That might be worth reading. Cigar-shaped UFO was recently filmed in Georgia. Well, you know, there's been many, many cigar-shaped UFOs. Now the government has made cigar-shaped weather balloons to cover them up. That's true. Yeah. They have cigar-shaped UFOs. They're probably man-made. I wouldn't think they're made by aliens. I think they're probably made by us. See right here? Haven't you heard about that? Oh, look at this one. I just did a show on this not long ago. Mona Lisa, the alien girl, Apollo 20, found on the moon hoax. Well, how about that? Is that official? Safe in anticipation of what? Globalists build a DNA repository.
I can't see what you're saying, Greg, because some reason the share screen's not working right.
Oh, well, let me just look at this again. Let's make sure. I'll say it again. Okay.
I still see the picture of
Mona Lisa, the alien girl, Apollo 20, found on moon hoax. So they're saying it's a hoax.
So when did Apollo 20 go to the moon?
Well, yeah, I did a little show on that. You know, on the moon, that the alleged Apollo 20, everyone has always called it a hoax, except they had a patch. They did really have a patch. There really was Apollo 20, and it was allegedly scrubbed by NASA. But there are sources who say that wasn't true. They launched from Brandenburg Air Force Base, which did launch a few shuttles, secret shuttles. Yep. And they said they went there with a Russian and 2 Americans, and they found this princess who was on this big cigar-shaped ship.
Yep.
Yeah, it's on my moon episode.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she looked like in the boat, or in the ship. Third eye. Did you notice that? It's interesting that they gave her a third eye. Right here.
Yeah, I can't see that because the share screen's not the share screen you're using.
What?
Free share.
Hold on.
Full reshare.
Okay. Let's confirm stop sharing. And then share sound, start sharing. Okay, do you see it now?
No, it hasn't come up. Yes, it has. Now I've got it. Beautiful.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm not going to watch it. Just like 2 minutes of this.
Years ago, a long time ago, I think the first time everyone discovered your videos was about 2007, and I think that's about 10 years
ago. This guy,
ago.
William Rutledge, came forth claiming to have been one of the Apollo 20 astronauts.
I think everyone was really excited about it. So that's how I first discovered you. And
Apollo 18 and 19 found evidence of extraterrestrial presence on the moon.
About you, and
Apollo 19 was lost due to a catastrophic collision.
Now on Facebook, trying to plan this interview.
Interesting.
Since August, because in August I installed Facebook Messenger, and there was a filter. When I put out the filter, I received 90 messages. I have always been here in France, and
yeah, I don't know who this is, but that's some video on it. You know, I'll just leave a link. But yeah, this whole moon thing, that's the way the ship looked, Andy. If you've seen my moon show, maybe you may remember.
I remember that now.
And then apparently this is some city that exists on the moon. The moon city was named on Earth and referred to as Station 1. It appeared to be really space garbage, full of scrap gold parts. Only one construction seemed intact. We named it the Cathedral. I remember, I think it was Hoagland who was trying to find structures. I don't know if he did or not. Because I stopped watching them when every rock pile became a building. He got a little carried away there and lost it. Like, what is that for? I think it was just a little too up to find something. But then again, maybe that's the way I'm programmed to think. You know? Yeah, Russian, that's the ship, and it's very intricate for fake. Whoever it was that hopes that, did a damn good job.
That doesn't look like the moon.
What?
That didn't look like the moon.
That kind of does.
Fine saucer.
Of course, it's dark on purpose. That makes me skeptical. Yeah, maybe it is a hoax. Maybe it is a hoax. I don't know. I always thought it was. Then for a second, I took a second look, thinking, could it be? But
that could be a spaceship, Greg.
I know. Just because the government says it's a hoax doesn't mean that it is. They told us Lee Harvey Oswald assassinated John Kennedy. We know that's not true. If they're going to lie about that, they're going to lie about everything. You can't trust them. Is that all it is? Just going to be... No, they go in. And it's really kind of a whole lot of things.
Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah. But, that's interesting markings and all that, I mean, it is... Someone did put some thought into it and effort, if it is a hoax, which it probably is. We are living in an aliens computer game. I knew that was coming. I could have wrote that myself. I've been thinking about that for a long time.
We living in a computer game.
Yeah. Elon Musk thinks it's probable.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. He's going to say it's 1 in billions that we're living in base reality. Watch.
Sort of a philosophic concept that a sufficiently advanced civilization will be able to create a simulation. Yeah. Maybe you've answered this before? A simulation.
I've had so many simulation discussions. It's crazy.
Okay.
In fact, it got to the point where basically every conversation was the AI/simulation conversation. And my brother and I finally agreed that we would ban such conversations if we were ever in a hot tub. That was like... Because that really kills the magic.
So the idea is right. Any sufficiently advanced civilization could create a simulation that's like our existence.
Of course they could. And look at how far our freaking video games have come along.
Simulation.
Just think what
we thought about this.
A million years ahead of us, they could give the characters their own consciousness.
So much so it had to be banned from a hot tub.
Okay.
It's not the sexiest conversation.
Are we in?
I think here's. In my mind, like the strongest argument for us being in a simulation, probably being in a simulation, I think is the following. That 40 years ago, we had Pong, like 2 rectangles and a dot. That was what games were. Now, 40 years later, we have photorealistic 3D simulations with millions of people playing simultaneously, and it's getting better every year.
Yep.
And soon we'll have virtual reality, augmented reality. If you assume any rate of improvement at all, then the games will become indistinguishable from reality. Just indistinguishable. Even if that rate of advancement drops by 1,000 from what it is right now, then you just say, okay, well, let's imagine it's 10,000 years in the future, which is nothing in the evolutionary scale.
Yeah, we're going to be able to take vacations virtually. Even like
so given that we're really on a trajectory to have games that are indistinguishable from reality, and those games could be played on any set-top box or on a PC or whatever, and there would probably be billions of such computers or set-top boxes.
I'll have to cut some of this.
It would seem to follow that the odds that we're in base reality is 1 in billions.
There you go.
Tell me what's wrong with that argument.
Is the answer yes?
The argument is...
Yeah, I'd say yeah.
Life's not a video game. That's what I was talking about. So go and have a look now at the James Webb photos. Google search them, Greg. That's one of them. See the quasars?
Yeah. I've seen that. Sneak peek at the deepest and sharpest infrared image of the early universe ever taken, all in a day's work for the Webb telescope, literally capturing. It took less than a day. This is the Webb's first image released as we begin to unfold the universe. That is freaking awesome,
Right, well, go and Google search it.
Okay.
Because there's more than that photo in it.
All right, we'll do that. Yeah, and basically it may be the web who ends up confirming that we live in an electric universe. And then once we get that installed into us, Queen of the Sciences, the Royal Sciences, cosmology, then we can begin getting it into our medical field, which is what I'm all about, man. Yeah. Web, tele, but it's going to be just like that guy said in that one video. They ignore it. They ignore it. They don't want to know the truth. They're making too much money.
Look at that second one, Greg.
Hold on. I'm gonna get large here. The second one, I guess maybe I'll have to go back. I don't know. Now it's just going to be pictures of the Webb telescope. I want to see the images. I'll go back. Which one now?
You lost it when you went. That one there. Have a look at it. Bring it up and enlarge it. View image. Look how big it is. Look at that.
Wait a minute. I know what I can do. I remember now. View it in its own browser or something. What? Hold on. What did I do?
Hold on.
I did. There.
That one you said looked really good, wasn't it, Donna?
I love that.
View image.
Here we go.
Here it is.
Yeah, it's pretty good, huh?
Yeah. Now, that was a 12-hour exposure or something like that. It was a long exposure, and it was only like a very narrow band.
Pretty nice.
Yeah.
It's too bad there's not too many.
I'll keep going. There's more of them.
There is?
They've released more of them.
I've just seen 2.
What's that ones?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Was that a nebula? There's a star in the middle.
Yeah.
Because that letter wasn't big.
Telescope first image spectacular. Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
I wonder what they're doing.
Yeah.
Like, are they turning it out? Are they turning it around on the Earth and watching us with it too?
All right. I don't think so.
I heard they have two Hubble telescopes pointing at Earth and just one pointing into space. Imagine what they could see. That's pretty damn good, man. It doesn't matter, even when you want to get close on something, you're going to get a million other things. There's so much detail.
Yeah.
It's pretty brilliant, Little piece of the sky. James Webb. Yeah.
Nice shot.
Beautiful.
Is that a Birkeland current, Greg? Is that a Birkeland current, that red?
Well, it could be. It looks like some kind of plasma,
Yep.
and in a certain phase, and even the star shine, it looks like snowflakes. If you think about it, It isn't interesting that cells and stars both have iron in their core. So cells are like little stars, and stars are like big cells. Interesting. Everything's the same. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to do a little segment on this. That's pretty good. So we are right now. We're doing that right now.
Yes.
I have a new feature on my Microsoft and Windows, I listen to music on. I've got that one program, and now I got planets. I can add planets, so I added it.
Oh.
Looks pretty cool. It morphs with the music.
Yep.
I've shown it a few times. Yeah, that's pretty nice, man.
Yep.
I can't wait till they start showing some more intricate things. Like, it looks like here, these are just like grand shots, of the universe. Like this. It's not anything in particular. It's just showing. Well, that's how busy space is. All this plasma and freaking light, and they're trying to tell us the universe is 97% dark. Get out of here with that nonsense. So that means that all of that is contamination. In a dark universe. That's how the physicists have created things. We're still in the dark ages.
We are.
Because profit rules the day. I mean, you know, if when something nowadays, especially if you get it for free, when they have updates, that usually means that they're taking things away from you that they found out they can charge you for. It's just like the movie maker that I got. You know, I used to get all those features for free. Now it comes with a little like watermark. And if I want to get rid of the watermark, I have to give them more money. And games, they don't make like NBA 2022 is terrible. First thing they want is my email, and then you got to earn points, and you can buy points, of course, to get players. It used to be you could get the whole league, everything, and just get into the game and start playing, and take any player you want from history on your team. Now you got to pay for that. They keep you on the line. Give us more. We'll give you the deluxe version. More.
Yep. How else would you like to sit down and have a beer with him?
Yeah, that's a cool guy. I got a picture of him like shrugging his shoulders. That's the that is the dog nebula. It's a certain dog name. I can't remember. Canis Nebula. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Southern Ring.
So that galaxy's been created, Greg. You have a look there. You've got to go back to where that one was. Have a look down the bottom one. Hang on, go up a little wee bit. No, not that one. The one beside it. Yeah. Bring that one up. What's that down the bottom? That looks like two quasars.
Yeah, it sure does.
And the one in that there.
Galaxies are a lot like people. They have their young when they're young, and then they settle down into a nice long life.
Yep.
In fact, I don't know if is there such thing as a dead galaxy? I don't think so. They probably live forever. Because things are always being born in it. I mean, of course, it could have finite energy in it, which is electricity. But there has to be, that's one thing that always got me, is where's the grand source? Where is it all created? It must be a circuit thing. Like this creates that creates this, that creates that, and it's perpetual. It just keeps going.
Yep.
Yeah.
And while you continue to also create the energy needed to keep going.
Yeah, new life. Yeah, and new energy. Yeah, and the ashes of the old energy becomes matter.
Yeah, to assist the new life.
Yeah. I always wondered what happens to the electricity that runs through the appliance and gets expended to keep it operating for that one instant. What happens to that electricity? Is it already done for? Is it used? Is it dead? Is that it? What does it turn into? Where does it go?
A lot of it gets dissipated.
Or is it a live river that just keeps running? It seems like more.
As long as you keep the wave going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So while you're putting the wave in and the resistance, it keeps going.
They actually call it a liquid.
All right.
And it's sex. Positive is male, negative is female.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Just like people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some pretty good looking pictures there, but I'm going to turn this, I'm going to hit stop.
He's got.
That's just part of almost an hour, man. Medicine Man is a priestly healer and spiritual leader of Native American tribes who believe that physical nature might be brought under control of man in the person of a medicine man. Native American tribes adhered to a range of beliefs, ceremonies, and rituals regarding communication with the spirit world, in which their religious leader enters supernatural realms, particularly when the tribe is facing adversity or need to obtain solutions to problems afflicting the community, including sickness. The word medicine, associated with Native Indians, means mystery, and this word was applied by Europeans to anything mysterious or unaccountable. The Native Indians do not use the term medicine man, but in each tribe they have a word or term of their own construction that is synonymous with mystery or mystery man. Their principal deity, the Great Spirit, is also referred to as the Great Mystery. Medicine Man is believed to have a spiritual connection with the animals, supernatural creatures. In all elements of nature, spirits were believed to inhabit the rivers, lakes, mountains, trees, plants, sky, stars, sun, animals, insects, fish, flowers, and birds. The belief and practice of Native American Indians incorporates a number of beliefs such as animism, totemism, shamanism, fetishism, and ritualism. These beliefs, taken as a whole, have strong religious connotations. I'm sorry, I forgot to fill you in on what I'm doing for the guys in the hall. We're going to chat after this video. We're going to chat about some things. So, the guys that I've, you know who you are. I'll meet you there at the end of this video. This belief system and the role of the medicine man is particularly associated with cultures of hunter-gatherers who believe that every natural object is controlled by its own independent spirit or soul. There were good and bad spirits. The good spirits helped men, and the bad spirits were liable to wreak havoc and harm on people and their tribes. It is the bad spirits that cause trouble, suffering, sickness, death, and disease. When a man became ill, it was believed that a bad spirit had entered his body and taken his soul away. It is therefore not surprising that the Native Americans would wish to gain power over these spirits. If a medicine man had control over the spirits, he became extremely powerful. A medicine man would know protective chants and words that have special knowledge of objects which he carried in a medicine bag, and would disarm bad spirits and protect their owners. This type of knowledge is meant by medicine or mystery. The Native Americans who spent their lives in trying to gain such knowledge are referred to as shaman. The medicine people, mystery men, or a medicine man. The medicine man used appropriate words, chants, objects, dances, and rituals to protect men from evil spirits. His role is that of opponent to the bad spirits and of guardian to the ordinary men. The role of the medicine man differs from tribe to tribe, as there are some regional and tribal variations to their beliefs in shamanism. There are, however, several common roles that are shared by every medicine man. A medicine man was a healer, communicator, educator, prophet, and mystic, all rolled up into one. The medicine man was a strong communicator and provided help and advice to members of the tribe for which he was paid. Gotta make a living. He was an educator and a historian, keeper of myths, legends, traditions, tribal wisdom, but a responsibility. The medicine man was a prophet to perform various forms of prophecy. He was a mystic and possessed the ability to leave the body and communicate with the spiritual world. In many tribes, including the Cheyenne and the Sioux, the medicine man also had the role of the head warrior or war chief, which made him the most influential man of the tribe. The medicine man was equipped with a regular set of objects that helped him communicate with spirits in another world. They used
dances, gestures, and sounds as to their symbolic powers of the medicine man. To enter the spirit world, the means and powers by which the medicine man practiced, his role included knowledge of the trance state and the use of trance-inducing methods to go on vision quests and incite tribe members. I can't relate to that because I've never been in a trance. I don't even know what it would be like. I was in love once. The use of symbolic regalia and sacred objects, such as the calumet or pipe, the medicine shamanistic ceremonies and rituals, wearing ceremonial clothes, such as amazing costumes worn by the medicine men skinwalkers. The medicine man of some tribes also used masks that were believed to hold spiritual powers and would identify them with the spirits in other worlds and activate their powers. Symbolic magic, incantations, prayer sticks, feathers, war dances, rain dances, and hunting dances with the use of rattles and drums to incarnate the spirits of nature and amplify their power. Rite of passage rituals, where he advised on the significance of the power animal revealed on his spiritual journey or in vision quests, and provided sacred contents to be placed in medicine bags. War paint. Medicine men often chose certain markings and symbols for warriors during the application of the war paint. This afforded the wearer with magic for power and protection by drawing on natural powers and combining these with the power of the warrior. Medicine men, also witch doctors and shamans, maintained the health of their tribe by gathering and distributing herbs, performing minor surgical procedures, providing medical advice and supernatural treatment such as charms, spells, and amulets to ward off evil spirits. In Apache society, as would likely have been the case in many others, the medicine men initiate a ceremony over the patient, which is attained by family and friends. It consists of magic formulas, prayers, and drumming. The medicine man then, from patients recalling of their past and possible offenses against their religion or tribal rules, reveals the nature of the disease and how to treat it. They were believed by the tribe to be able to contact spirits or gods and use their supernatural powers to cure the patient and in the process remove evil spirits. The medicine men would likely have been central figures in the tribal system because their medical knowledge and because they could seemingly contact the gods. Their religious and medical training were necessarily passed down orally. Navajo Hatali are traditional medicine men who are called upon to perform healing ceremonies. Each medicine man brings training as an apprentice to an older practicing singer. During apprenticeship, the apprentice assembles medicine bundles, jish, required to perform ceremonies and assist the teacher until deemed ready for independent practice. Throughout his lifetime, a medicine man can only learn a few chants, as each requires a great deal of time and effort to learn and perfect. Songs are orally passed down in traditional Navajo from generation to generation. Unlike other American medical practitioners that rely on visions and personal powers, a healer acts as a facilitator that transfers powers from the holy people to the patient to restore balance and harmony. Healing practice is performed within a ceremonial hogan. It is common for medicine men to receive payment for their healing services. In the past, healing was exchanged for sheep. In modern times, however, monetary payment has become a widely accepted form of compensation. It should be noted that women can also play the role of healer in medicinal practice. Natural medicine is the use of natural ways, herbal remedies, and traditional practices to heal ailments. Every culture uses a type of natural medicine. In ancient cultures, village medicine men were the doctors of the community, passing on medical knowledge onto the apprentices that followed them. Many categories of healing methods fit in the natural medicine discipline. Among these are folk medicine, complementary treatments, and alternative health care. Natural medicine is best described as medical practices that are in position prior to the advent of modern medicine. This also may include herbal medicine or phytotherapy, which is certainly prevalent in Chinese, Ayurvedic, or Indian in ancient Greek medicine. Ayurvedic medicine and herbal healing, basically anything out of the mainstream medical establishment, is often considered unworthy. But more attention deserves to be paid to ancient remedies. Modern and Western scientists should give it the dignity of a second look. I'll say, early Chinese medicine men believe ginseng is one of the most commonly used herbal medicines in the world today. It has been used for thousands of years to cure a number of diseases as well as to rejuvenate and restore physical energy. Early Chinese medicine men believed that this root was good for human health because its shape tended to resemble the human body. It was thus widely prescribed for virtually all manner of ailments. The popularity of the herb has not waned for thousands of years, and which is enough proof of its medical effectiveness. Today we continue to use it both as a cure and as a tonic to maintain good health. An ancient, intact, complex, holistic healthcare system practiced and used by indigenous peoples worldwide is more profound and more deeply rooted and complex than is commonly understood. Based upon spiritual rather than materialistic or Cartesian worldview, Indian medicine emphasizes the spirit world, supernatural forces, and religion, which is considered virtually identical to medicine. To some degree, Indian medicine depends upon phenomena that can be best described as mystical, even magical. Indian medicine was not a primitive medicine that is embryonic modern medicine or a predecessor to Western medicine, but an entirely different entity. In the last third of the 20th century and into the 21st, Indian medicine has become increasingly popular with holistic and alternative medicine practitioners. The healing traditions have been passed down orally. I've read before that herbs are a gift from God to man, herbs and spices. Turmeric is also used, and I use it.
Cayenne pepper is amazing.
Have you ever counted the stars? I can't ever get the same number. They keep changing on me. I don't even know what a star is exactly. Well, your body knows. It's your mind that forgot.
During a time when certain stones knew and spoke your name, they would be placed in your medicine pouch. These ancestor stones became your guide because they were here first, even before life, and possess ancient knowledge. To begin to understand Native Americans' role in medicine, it is very important to have a brief understanding of their own history in relation to health and medicine. It is astonishing to see historically the early advancements many tribes had in the medical field. Those advancements are even more amazing when compared to the European knowledge of medicine that prevailed at the time. Native American healing traditions vary by tribe, often reaching back thousands of years. There seems to be a consensus among most tribes that health is an expression of the spirit and a continual process of staying strong spiritually, mentally, and physically. Mourning Dove of the Sela tribe, the first female Native American author to publish a book, wrote, "Everything on earth has a purpose. Every disease an herb to cure it, and every person a mission. This is the Indian theory of existence." This idea, this echoic of the holistic view of medicine, that is taught throughout many modern U.S. medical schools and even originates centuries ago with Hippocrates, the father of the Hippocratic Oath. Many herbs used by Native Americans have provided derivatives for many modern medications. One statistic says that more than 120 drugs prescribed by physicians today were first made from plant extracts, and 75% of these were derived from examining plants used in traditional indigenous medicine. Some examples are listed with their scientific name and purpose. Cascara sagrada, a laxative. Dogbane, to treat edema secondary to renal and cardiac failure, an oral contraceptive. Foxglove, to treat heart failure, main ingredient in
Digitalis.
Guacum,
Antitussive mobotussin guaiac-based fecal occult blood test.
antitussive, guaiac-based fecal occult blood test. Don't ask me. This one is interesting. Salicin, metabolizes to salicylic acid, main ingredient in aspirin. Sassafras, antihelmintic, anticoagulant, antidiarrheal, and antiemetic. All tribes had herbs for certain ailments, and some tribes were advanced in their tools and procedures.
I was always taught if the leaves have 3, then leave them be.
They had syringes made from hollow bones. They performed arthrocentesis, surgical and wound debridement, orthopedic techniques such as traction and counter-traction,
Thoracentesis,
and others, including
trephination,
a type of brain surgery performed successfully in the Inca and Mayan civilizations. Not only were some of these foreign to early European doctors, but the native methods were more humane. Before the mid-1800s, European doctors lacked effective anesthetics when many tribes had these. Some non-native physicians relied on knocking patients out by striking them in the jaw. Others used ether, alcohol, or opium, which at times required such high dosages that they often killed the patients. The natives of the southwestern and northern Mexico used peyote to eliminate the pain of lacerations, fractures, snake bites, etc. Peyote was so effective that U.S. Army surgeons adopted its use as a painkiller. Jamestown weed, more commonly known as Jimson weed, was used externally and internally as an antiseptic by the natives of the Virginia area. The roots were ground into a poultice for external use and ingested for more systemic results. These practices were also adopted by early colonial physicians due to its effectiveness. Pharmacology is a key part of historic and modern medicine, but would be foundationless without physicians. 2 early influential Native American physicians played a key part in medicine today. The earliest is Susan LaFlesche Picote, 1865 to 1915, from the Omaha tribe. Not only was she the first female Native American physician in the U.S., but also among the first Native Americans to graduate from medical school. Another influential physician was Carlos Montezuma, 1866 to 1923. He was kidnapped from his Yavapai family in Arizona and sold to a photographer named Carlos Gentile for 30 pieces of silver. I kid you not. Upon adopting him as a son, Gentile changed Carlos Montezuma's name from his Yavapai birth name, Wasaha. It's changed into. After a stint in photography and stage acting, they settled in Chicago. It was here that his official education began and ended. He graduated from Chicago Medical College in 1889, becoming the first Navajo man to earn an MD degree. Eventually, upon returning to Arizona as the doctor for the Carlisle Indian School Pop Warner football team, he reconnected with his family, culture, and heritage. Having previously seen government bureaucracy inhibit and persecute Native Americans, he felt a passion for improving their conditions. Whether the modern field of medicine recognizes it or not, Native Americans are interactively intertwined into the history of medicine. It may be their view on health, philosophy, or their extensive contributions to pharmacology. It may be a woman born in a teepee who became a trailblazer for women and natives everywhere. It may be a man kidnapped from his family and culture who eventually returned home to become a beacon for a suppressed and often misunderstood and maligned people. Whichever way it might be, medicine has always been a pillar of Native American culture and will continue to be long after Native American Heritage Month. Native American contributions are a part of the heritage of medicine, and a great debt of gratitude is owed for those contributions.
Got nowhere to go.
And you will die.
I came here to die with you. Or live with you. Dying ain't so hard for men like you and me. It's living that's hard.
In our experience to Native American literature, it seems that there has been a common occurrence of characters going through a sort of change that allows them to view life differently, or in some cases, gain a better understanding of their culture. Oftentimes, these natives would incorporate nature or natural things in these situations as a beneficial factor. One rather common natural procedure is the use of peyote. Peyote is a cactus that is commonly found in the deserts of Texas and Mexico. When ingested, the consumer enters a hallucinogenic state as a result of the psychoactive chemicals found in the cactus. Peyote is most frequently abused as a form of narcotic, and for that reason it is illegal to possess. In one case that differs from how we have seen natives treated is that the United States government has allowed them to possess and use peyote since 1976, though that does not mean that only used peyote. As a matter of fact, have used this plant for thousands of years and continue to today. Peyote was held in rather high esteem and was generally associated with religious and spiritual rituals. The most common way that peyote is consumed is simply by chewing the buds or by brewing a cup of tea for a more mild experience. Since natives seem to hold such high reverence for the natural world, it would make sense for them to possess an interest in a plant that had such a large impact on their life as peyote. In fact, these natives appreciated and respected this plant enough to partake in rituals that would last the entirety of the day. Richard Spear, or better known as Hunting Crow, describes the richness of peyote as such. In the center of the teepee, opposite the door entrance, is a half-moon-shaped mound where they place the chief or medicine man. Objects used in the ceremony include a staff, a gourd with rocks in it, a cup of sage, and feathers. Participants drink tea made from peyote in a fresh or powder form. The people form a circle with everyone part of the circle, whether you sing or not. Once inside, you are there all night, saying prayers and using tobacco, cedar, and sage. This scene sounds similar to some that we have encountered in a sense that it further reveals the cohesion that is applied to native life. Medicine men possess and use peyote commonly, especially considered that their forms of medicine were pretty much always derived from nature. As it turns out, natives appear to be the only group of people who responsibly use peyote today. That is not overly shocking, though, being that the works we have read appear to describe natives a respect for nature that is matched by few. The active drug in peyote, mescaline, causes the user to experience a dream-like effect during the first few hours. After that, the user will experience auditory and visual hallucinations, much like when a person consumes LSD or acid. However, peyote is a little more mellow than LSD. Not only is it more mellow than LSD, the high a user experiences while on peyote is more suitable for inner reflection and contemplation. Native Americans might use peyote. The drug has psychological effects that would not only aid a Native American ceremony, but also help an individual get a better sense of his or herself.
Jesus hina bahujon, Jesus hina bahujon, no nene chekunda no se tohi ana hene. Jesus hina bahujon, Jesus hina bahujon, hiana hene, hene yuwe.
I've tried it before. When I was a teenager, mescaline was very big. Mescaline is much more mellow.
Jesus hina bahujon, Jesus hina bahujon, hiana hene, hene yuwe.
The Navajo Skinwalker Legend. The Navajo Skinwalker legend is one of the most complex and terrifying stories, steeped in mystery and evil intent. Many Navajos believe firmly in the existence of skinwalkers and refuse to discuss them publicly for fear of retribution. They believe skinwalkers walk freely among the tribe and secretly transform under the cover of night. The term Yineldushi literally translates to "with it he goes on all fours." According to Navajo legend, a skinwalker is a medicine man or witch who has attained the highest level of priesthood in the tribe, but chose to use his or her power for evil by taking the form of an animal to inflict pain and suffering on others. To become skinwalker requires the most evil of deeds, the killing of a close family member. They literally become humans who have acquired immense supernatural power, including the ability to transform into animals and other people. According to the Navajo Skinwalker legend, these evil witches are typically seen in the form of a coyote, owl, fox, wolf, or crow. Although they do have the ability to turn into any animal they choose, because it is believed that skinwalkers wear skins of the animals they transform into, it is considered taboo to wear the pelt of any animal. In fact, the Navajo are only known to wear two hides, sheepskin and buckskin, both of which are only used for ceremonial purposes. Those who have talked of their encounters with these evil beings describe a number of ways in which a skinwalker will try to inflict harm. Some describe hearing knocks on the window or banging on the walls. Others have spotted an animal-like figure peering in through a window. According to Navajo Skinwalker legend, they are seldom caught. Those who do track a skinwalker and learn of their true identity must pronounce the name of the evil one in full. Once this happens, the skinwalker will get sick or die from the wrongs they inflicted against others. Know how to decipher. I think the secret to life is just live the right way and do the right thing. Always do the right thing. Then you won't have any regrets. And you'll live a good, righteous life and try to do something to help wake up others. That would be my prescription. But that's just me.
Dad, my dad works really hard. Donate a couple bucks to me, please. Thank you.
Never knew me at all.
Next episode, we'll be getting into some of the tribes, and most interesting to me, their methods of medicine and magic. It sounds like good medicine. And we'll get into shamanism.
All right, after this one, I swear. It's not long. Well, I'll go 15 minutes or so. I do want to talk, so I will be right there.
The hot hailstones, which at Moses' intersection had remained suspended in the air when they were about to fall upon the Egyptians, were now cast down upon the Canaanites. These words mean that a part of the meteorites of the cometary train of the days of Exodus remained in the celestial sphere for about 50 years, falling in the days of Joshua and in the valley of Beth Horon. On the same afternoon when the sun and the moon stood still for the length of a full day, the language of the Talmud and the Midrash suggests that the same comet returned after some 50 years. Once more it passed very close to the earth. This time, it did not reverse the poles of the earth. It kept the terrestrial axis tilted for a considerable length of time. Again, the world was, in the language of the rabbis, consumed in the whirlwind, and all the kingdoms tottered. The earth quaked and trembled from the noise of thunder. Terrified mankind was decimated once more, and carcasses were like rubbish in this day of anger. On the day when this took place on the earth, the sky was in confusion. Stones fell from the heavens. Sun and moon stopped in their paths. And a comet must also have been seen. Habakkuk describes the portent in the sky on that memorable day when, in his words, The sun and the moon stood still in their habitation. It had the form of a man on a chariot drawn by horses, and was regarded as God's angel. In the King James Version, the passages read, His glory covers the heaven. His brightness was light. He had horns coming out of his hand. Burning coals went forth at his feet. He drove asunder the nations. Everlasting mountains were scattered. Was thine anger against the rivers? Was thy wrath against the sea? And thou didst ride upon thine horses, and thy chariots of salvation? Thou didst cleave the earth with rivers.
The mountains saw thee, and they trembled. The overflowing of the water passed by.
The deep uttered his voice. The sun and the moon stood still in their habitation. At the light of thy arrows they went, at the shining of thy glittering spear. Thou didst march through the land of indignation. Thou didst thresh the heathen in anger. Thou didst walk through the sea with thine horses, through the heap of deep waters. Since the text of the scriptures have, for some psychological reason, rooted in the readers the quality of being easily misread, misunderstood, or misinterpreted, I give also some of the passages of the 3rd chapter of Habakkuk and another modernized reading. The friction of displaced strata and magma must have set the world on fire. The world burned. The Greek story of Phaethon will be introduced here because of the interpretation heard by Solomon during his visit to Egypt.
I can tell the audio is very old. This is one of my first one.
Phaethon. The Greeks, as well as the Carians and other peoples on the shores of the Aegean Sea, told of a time when the sun was driven off its course and disappeared for an entire day, and the earth was burned and drowned. The Greek legend says the young Phaethon, who claimed parentage of the sun, on that fatal day tried to drive the chariot of the sun, Phaethon, the chariot of the sun. Phaethon was unable to make his way against the whirling poles, and their swift axes swept him away. Phaethon in Greek means the blazing one. Many authors have dealt with the story of Phaethon. The best known version is a creation of the Latin poet Ovid. The chariot of the sun, driven by Phaethon, moved no longer in the same course as before. The horses break loose from their course and rush aimlessly, knocking against the stars set deep in the sky and snatching the chariot along through uncharted ways. Constellation of the cold bears tried to plunge into the forbidden sea, and the sun's chariot roamed through unknown regions of the air. It was borne along just as a ship driven before the headlong blast, whose pilot has let the useless rudder go and abandoned the ship to the gods and prayers. The earth bursts into flames, the highest parts first, and splits into deep cracks, and its moisture is all dried up. The meadows are burned to white ashes. Trees are consumed, green leaves and all, and the ripe grain furnishes fuel for its own destruction. Great cities perish with their walls, and the vast conflagration reduce whole nations to ashes. The woods are ablaze with the mountains. Etna is blazing boundlessly, and the twin peak Parnassus, nor does it chilling climb save Scythia, Caucasus burn. in the heaven-piercing Alps, the cloud-capped Apennines. The scorched cloud belched forth smoke. Pantheon seized the earth aflame. He can no longer bear the ashes of the whirling sparks. Was completely shrouded in dense hot smoke. In this pitchy darkness, he cannot tell where he has been or whither he is going. It was then, as men think, the people of Ethiopia became black-skinned. Since the blood was drawn to the surface of their skin by the intense heat. Then also Libya became a desert, for the heat dried up her moisture. The Don's waters steamed. Babylonian, Euphrates, and the Ganges. Faces Danube, Alpheus boil. Spirtios are aflame. The golden sands of Tagus melt in the heat, and the swans are scorched. The Nile fled in terror to the ends of the earth. The 7 mouths lie empty, filled with dust. 7 broad channels, all without a stream. The same mischief dries up the Thracian rivers, Hebrus, Strymon. Also the rivers of the west, the Rhine, Rhone, Po, and the Tiber. Great cracks yawn everywhere. Even the sea shrinks up. And what was, but now, a great watery expanse is a dry plain of sand. The mountains, which the deep sea had covered before, spring forth and increase the number of the scattered Cyclades. How could the poets have known that a change in the movement of the sun across the firmament must cause a world conflagration, blazing of volcanoes, boiling of rivers, disappearance of seas, birth of deserts, emergence of islands, if the sun never changed its harmonious journey from sunrise to sunset? The disturbance in the movement of the sun was followed by a period as long as a day, when the sun did not appear at all.
I wanted to get
Ovid continues. If we are to believe the report, 1 whole day went without the sun, but the burning world gave light. A prolonged night in one part of the world must be accompanied by a prolonged day in another part. In Ovid, we see the phenomenon related to the book of Joshua, but from another longitude. This may stimulate surmise as to the geographical origin of the Indo-Iranian or Carian migrant to Greece. The globe changed the inclination of its axis. Latitudes change, too. Ovid ends the description of the world catastrophe contained in the story of Phaethon, causing all things to shake with her mighty trembling. The earth sank back a little lower than her wonted place. Plato recorded the story heard 2 generations before from Solon, the wise ruler of Athens. Solon, on his visit to Egypt, questioned the priests versed in the lore of antiquity on early history. He discovered that neither he himself nor any other Greek knew anything at all that one might say about such matters. Solon unfolded before the priests the tale of the deluge, the only ancient tradition he was aware of. One of the priests, an old man, said, "There have been and there will be many and diverse destructions of mankind, of which the greatest are by fire and water, and lesser ones by countless other means. For in truth the story that is told in your country as well as ours, how once upon a time Phaethon, son of Helios, yoked his father's chariot, and because he was unable to drive it along the course taken by his father, burnt up all that was upon the earth, and himself perished by a thunderbolt."
One day someone's going to have to fill me
The
in
story,
on just who
as it is
Phaethon
told,
was.
has the fashion of a legend, but the truth of it lies in the occurrence of a shifting of the bodies in the heavens, which move around the earth, and a destruction of the things on the earth by fierce fire, which recurs at long intervals. The Egyptian priests explained to Solon that in these catastrophes the literary works of many peoples and their learned men perish. For that reason, the Greeks were still childish, as they no longer knew the true horrors of the past. These words of the priest were only an introduction to a revelation of his knowledge about the lands that were erased, when Greece also and the entire world were visited with heavenly wrath.
He told the story of a mighty kingdom on a great island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean that submerged and sank forever into its waters. End of subchapter.
This is what I'm looking for. Check a little bit of this out.
Atlantis. The story narrated by Plato of the island of Atlantis that ruled Africa as far as the border of Egypt and Europe, as far as Tuscany. On the Apennine Peninsula, and that in one fatal night was shattered by earthquakes and sank, never ceased to occupy the imagination of the literary. Strabo and Pliny thought that the story of Atlantis was an illusion of the elderly Plato, but to this day the tradition, as received by Plato, as revived by Plato, has not died. Poets and novelists have exploited the story freely. Scientists have done so with caution. An incomplete catalog of the literature on Atlantis in 1926 included 1,700 titles. Although Plato said clearly that Atlantis was situated behind the Pillars of Hercules, Gibraltar, in the Atlantic Ocean, as is also indicated by the name of the island. Travelers and other guessers have placed Atlantis in all parts of the world, even on dry land, as for example in Tunisia, Palestine, South America, Ceylon, Newfoundland, and Spitsbergen have also been considered. This was due to the fact that traditions of inundations and submersion of islands exist in all parts of the world. Plato set down what Solon had heard in Egypt from the learned priests. The Atlantic Ocean there was, at that time, navigable. For in front of the mouth, which you Greeks call, as you say, the Pillars of Hercules, there lay an island which was larger than Libya and Asia Minor together, and it was possible for travelers of that time to cross from it to the other islands, and from the islands to the whole of the continent over against them, which encompasses that veritable ocean. Yonder is a real ocean, and the land surrounding it may most rightly be called, in the fullest and truest sense, a continent. Now in this island of Atlantis there existed a confederation of kings, a great and marvelous power, which held sway over all the island and over many other islands also in parts of the continent, and moreover of the lands here within the straits. They ruled over Libya as far as Egypt and over Europe as far as Tuscany. In the 19th century, ships sailed at the Atlantic Ocean to explore its bed in search of Atlantis. And before the Second World War, scientific societies existed for the sole purpose of exploring the problem of the sunken island. Much speculation was offered, not only on the whereabouts of Atlantis, but also on the cultural achievements of its inhabitants. Plato, in another work of his, Critias, wrote a political treatise, and as no real place in the world could have been the scene of his utopia, he chose for that purpose the sunken island. Modern scholars, finding some affinity between American and Egyptian and Phoenician cultures, think that Atlantis may have been the intermediary link. There is much probability in these speculations. If they are justified, Crete, a maritime base of Carian navigators, may disclose some information about Atlantis as soon as the Cretan scripts are satisfactorily deciphered. I wonder if that's where the word Cretan comes from. As of right now, 2018, I haven't heard anything about it. I have to look into that. One point in Plato's story about the submersion of Atlantis requires correction. Plato said that Solon told the story to Critias the elder, and that the young Critias, Plato's friend, heard it from his grandfather when he was a 10-year-old boy. Critias the younger remembered having been told that the catastrophe which befell Atlantis happened 9,000 years before. There is 1 0 too many there. We do not know of any vestiges of human culture aside from that of the Neolithic age, nor of any navigating nation 9,000 years before Solon. Numbers we hear in childhood easily grow in our memory, as do dimensions. When revisiting our childhood home, we are surprised at the smallness of the rooms. We had remembered them as much larger. Whatever the source of the error, the most probable date of the sinking of Atlantis would be the middle of the second millennium, 900 years before Solon, when the Earth twice suffered great catastrophes. And as a result of the shifting of the heavenly bodies, these words of Plato receive the least attention, though they deserve the greatest. The destruction of Atlantis is described by Plato as he heard it from his source. At a later time here occupied portentous earthquakes and floods. One grievous day and night befell them, when the whole body of your Greek warriors was swallowed up by the earth, and the island of Atlantis in like manner was swallowed up by the sea and vanished. Wherefore also the ocean at that spot has now become impassable and unsearchable, being blocked up by a shoal, mud, which the island created as it settled down. At the time when Atlantis perished in the ocean, the people of Greece were destroyed. The catastrophe was ubiquitous, as if recalling what had happened. The psalmist wrote, "Destructions are come to a perpetual end, and thou hast destroyed cities. Their memorial is perished with them." He prayed also, "God is our refuge and strength. Therefore will not we fear.
Though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the sea."
Okay, it's time to come and see you guys and to bring in some chatters, which I hope I have. Oh, yeah. Let me, I gotta blurt this out because this is something that I found that's pretty amazing. Freaking cayenne pepper, man. I never really, I heard about it, but I didn't know all the things that this stuff can do for you. Boosts metabolism, circulates the blood flow, give you, good blood flow, cleanses the body, fights colds, supports healthy detox, reduces inflammation, and someone told me something about cod liver. I heard you, and I'm getting some as well. Relieves joint pain, aids digestion, prevents migraines, remedies. It's also an antioxidant, and it supports your lungs. So I mean, heart health. It's just such a great herb or spice. Isn't there a fine line between herbs and spices? I mean, I guess cayenne pepper would be considered a spice, wouldn't it?
Depends on who you speak with about it.
Yeah, herbs and spices are God's gift to human beings, and the Indians knew this hundreds, maybe thousands of years ago.
Yeah, that's why they didn't kill the snakes, because they recognized that's how these herbs reproduce.
GRL said,
by the snake crawling across them.
Well, they kill rodents too. If you wipe out in Texas, they were just doing the diamondback rattlesnakes in because they were getting the bug.
Just thought I'd drop in and.
What you be like?
How's tomorrow?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. It's raining here.
It's raining.
You might even hear it on the roof.
Lucky
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you might hear it on the roof. Yeah. So, I see Pauli's floating around there.
I'm looking for
Very
Eric
quiet.
Dallard. Hold on. Oh, there he is. Nope, that's not him.
Are we going to be Eric Dallard?
Well, we're gonna do a lot of things tonight. We're gonna be looking at some freaky stuff, that I've showed you the last couple of days. We're gonna be talking about stuff and things like that. There. I just first of all, I gotta find this Eric Dallard video. It's gotta be here. Freaking recorded. Okay.
Hey, Pauli. Hello, Pauli.
Yep, I'm here.
Pauli, what a great.
How you guys? This will be fun.
I can't help it. I had to say it once.
It's a party now. That's official.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. What was that song that one chick Pig did? It's a party now or something. Her name's Pink, but I call her Pig. I can't.
She's a boy too, by the way.
It's a party. What? I always thought there was something butchy about her.
She's a boy. Oh, she's such a boy.
I never liked her. I don't know. Some of them artists, you just take a complete disliking to the minute you laid eyes on them. It was like.
Yeah, I never liked her either.
No.
I mean, nothing personal, but.
Right.
I don't know. She just seemed like she was kind of. I don't know what it is. She was one of these people. Ouch.
That's what I call her, Pig.
What?
Let's see now.
Mr. Dollard yet?
No, I'm looking. I'm getting there. Just
okay.
Just cover me. Cover me, guys. Cover me.
Something I'd like to share. I was beginning to share with you a little bit about my great grandpa, who's Cherokee.
Oh yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I was a small youngin'. I got to spend some time around him. I was constantly snatching on his britches leg, asking him questions. And most of it was why. First of all, was why didn't he hate white men? Because I'm shockingly Caucasian in appearance, And he says, because all races were here long before the Columbus story. And I was like, that sounded fantasical. And then, anyway, he's like, you want to go to church? And I was like, why do you believe in God? I thought you worship the dirt and the wind and the water and the fire. And he just chuckled. He said, no, we all have known, always have known of Creator God. To him, there's no difference. Creator God is Creator God. And he's setting me straight on a bunch of stuff, right? And simple stuff like why we walk barefooted.
Oh yeah, that's called earthing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, the way he worded it was pretty simple to me. The way he worded it to me, now he was explaining to a 5-year-old, right? So if this demonstrates practical, applicable knowledge, right? He actually knows what the heck he's talking about because he's breaking it down for me. He said, it is for us to get to know the land better. But more importantly, it's for the land to get to know us better, which is the relationship with earthing. We'll call it earthing now, usually, because of what ground potential is. Even though it changes, you can walk a couple feet and the ground potential will change slightly or quite a bit.
Well, I only know this.
I believe that.
I only know this, Learnshare. People who crawl around in the dirt gardening every summer live to be very old.
True. My great-grandparents and grandparents are definitely testament to that. Yes.
Live to 100, So there's got to be something
you guys
healthy about it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was listening to this guy's podcast, and his name is Bro Sanchez. He's Bro Sanchez, and he's this black guy.
You're supposed to listen to me.
Anyway, everybody that he ever talks to, or most of the people are all they're all black or whatever, and he's like from Georgia or someplace. Anyway, but his knowledge is he's fantastic with his knowledge. But anyway, he had a round table, and he had just some people, some listeners or whatever, people that just wanted to come and just talk. And this one girl came on, and she was talking about plants, and she said that the other day she was outside or whatever, and she was standing kind of by a tree, and she asked the tree to touch her, can you reach out and touch me? And the tree, she said the limb, it came out, and it came to her, and it touched her, and she thought, well, that was weird. She didn't think it was going to happen. But anyway, she asked the tree to do it again, or a different tree to do it, and the same thing happened to her. So when I was outside watering today, and I was standing about, I don't know, by a palm, we have these palm things in the backyard, and I was watering it, and I was standing, and the palm leaves come out, and it was kind of like about maybe 5 or 6 inches away from me. And I was standing there, and all of a sudden I thought to myself, I'm going to see if I'm going to ask it if it will touch me. And now to set the thing here, I was facing south, and the tree branch was close to my right shoulder, about 6 inches from my right shoulder. And there was a breeze, and the breeze was blowing, it was coming from my right. So I don't know if that's west or east, but anyway, the breeze was coming from my right, and it was blowing. So when the wind blew, no, wait a minute, is that right? No, I don't know what you guys, I don't know what east and west is. But anyway, the wind was blowing, so the branch, when it blew, the branch was blowing away from me. Is that right?
Okay.
Anyway, but it wasn't like a really strong breeze, but anyway, so I said out loud, I go, touch me. I felt so stupid, but I'm like, there's nobody out here, so whatever. So I said, touch me. Can you touch me? And I swear to God, and it came, and it was against the wind. The wind was blowing it so that it kept blowing it, away from me. But I was watching this thing, and it stretched out, and it touched me, and it was the wind, it was going against the wind, and I thought, okay. So a little bit later on, I walked away, and I said thank you, and I walked away.
Well, yeah, and
then I tried it on a whole different bush.
It's been known for a long time. If you play classical music, plants love it. If you play like heavy metal, it kills them, or they grow away from it.
Right.
And if you tell them you love them, the expenditure of the carbon dioxide from your breath, gives them air, because that's their air.
Right. But I actually asked it something.
My son Greg tells
me
his plants, he loves them, and they respond. He's got a green thumb.
And they also, this girl was talking about, she said they also, if they don't like you, they won't respond to you.
Oh, well,
and
I've had the same pony tree for about 15 years. It must like me because it's always been there. If something.
Well, I have a tree that I planted. Mm-hmm. I planted this. It's a cottonwood tree.
Well, the real tree that's in a pot. It's a pony tree. They're pretty common.
Is it inside or outside?
It's outside right now, but I bring it in before the first frost. It grows. I named it Jacob, the tree that Andy brought it home from it was because it's a cottonwood tree. It was already gigantic, and it was just a baby. We're related to trees, and there are legends going back thousands of years of human souls inhabiting trees and things like that.
There's
all kinds of. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do one of the myths on trees.
I named him Jacob, mm-hmm. and he sat in this container for like 3 years, and I kept asking my husband, like, what are you going to do with him? He needs to be transplanted. He needs, because I would go out there and I would, pay attention to him, but he was already, cottonwood trees are, when they come out of the seed, they're huge, because they're like gigantic trees. Yeah. And I wanted him, I thought he needs to go on the ground. So I didn't even, finally after about 3 years, I just, I'm going to just dig a hole where I think it should go. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to plant him. And I checked it out, got some instruction on, what to do. especially if how big the tree is or whatever, what to do with when you make the hole. And I dug this huge hole, and I did all the stuff I was supposed to do, and I planted him, and he really thrived. I mean, he just really thrived. And then Andy decided he was going to change where he was at, and he dug him up and he put him in the corner of our yard where there's not very many. Well, there wasn't another tree around, but it's like a part of the yard that really should get more watering, and it doesn't. It gets forgotten, and not by me, but by my husband. But anyway, and he was growing and growing and growing, and then he just stopped. He just stopped growing. Yeah. And then his leaves started, falling off, and the whole top of him started dying.
I had a fight tree that I inherited from my mom after she passed. I had it for, since 2001 all the way up until 2015. And when I moved,
they do. I know they have a lifespan. They do die.
First branches started becoming bare, so I'd break them off.
Yeah. Well, the whole top of him started.
But then
the whole top of him started falling apart. And we had a tree guy come over and look at him even, and the guy said that he had some kind of a beetle, whatever. He goes, but he goes, the beetle came and the beetles came and went. He goes, it survived it. He goes, but this is like whatever. And Jacob is not that old, and he should be a huge, gigantic tree, but he's not. Right, anyway, but I mean, I got this vibe from the tree. Very angry with me.
Okay, all right. Well, we've heard about enough of the tree.
I think so. I don't want to talk about it anymore either.
I'm just messing with you.
No, I mean, but I'm just saying that I really believe that I think that they do think, and they would in their way, they have their way or whatever.
Yes.
I
agree. Let's check this out. I'm just trying to keep the show moving.
A tree is conscious.
Well, that's
correct. Modern Tesla people now are putting Edison down. They're saying he was just an idiot and a hack, and he just stole discoveries from everyone. What do you have to say to that?
Well, Edison worked in his own ways. So Edison was definitely one of the greats. There's no getting around it.
Okay.
It's this total level of productivity, however he went about it. The productivity was there. He invented everything. He literally invented everything. And it never stopped.
Like what? What's everything?
Everything. Well, the phonograph, the movie projector, almost the whole telegraph technology, which was the digital at the time, was all invented by Edison.
So our internet runs now because of Edison.
The first transmission systems, no one had ever built a transmission system. The scientists told them that it could never work. Their equations told them that his parallel transmission system would be impossible.
2 wires.
That you cannot have loads hooked in parallel. They had to be all hooked in series. Otherwise, they said that you would lose energy as you went down the line, and the light bulbs at the end wouldn't light. It would have to be a 1 over E curve. Well, it is a 1 over E curve, but not nearly as steep as these European scientists, said it's impossible and impossible. It's, impossible. You can't do this. There was no cables or wire or junction boxes or fuses or sockets. He had to invent all that shit. The method of getting the stuff into the ground, shielding the cables, designing circuit breakers, figuring out how to make generators. And Edison cooked, him and his team, they cooked. He had a lot of good people working with him. That's how Edison made a lot of things happen. And that's a good way to do it. And they were all like family. He wasn't ripping anybody off. These people all lived and sang and drank together in the same building. Tesla was just a whole different animal. And neither of them fared well. They both got burned. Same way. Edison was the first one to lose his company.
Really?
Yeah.
Before Tesla?
Yeah, before Westinghouse or any of them. Edison was the first one to take the bite. They took his company away from him. Then he became embittered and swore he'd never work on electricity again, and he got just into a bunch of screwy mining equipment inventions that never worked.
Really? That's how he went down?
Yeah.
Wow.
Lost everything.
So he was a true American genius, Edison.
Well, the guy was a producer. He was you couldn't slow him down. The guy was just like totally productive. He was always building things.
Always hands-on.
Yeah, there's always something happening. Where Tesla was the in-depth experimenter, focused experimenter. Edison would play around with anything. Edison was a chemist and a telegraph operator.
Started as a chemist.
A telegraph operator on railroad trains as a kid. He became the best telegraph operator in existence. And then he had his chemical laboratory in the caboose where he'd do his experiments. Blew up one day, and that ended his career with the railroad.
Where can people find this awesome information about Edison and Tesla?
There's a lot of biographies on Edison. There's no shortage of those. So Tesla, Prodigal Genius is the standard Tesla biography. And then there's a book called Empires of Light. Or Empires of Light. That book is about Westinghouse, Edison, and Tesla, and the whole electrical industry they created and how they all got jammed. That's a good one. That connects all the guys together.
So they tell us Edison and the light bulb. Is that really his greatest achievement?
Well, the movie projector wasn't too bad either. Movies are still around, really. But digital now. But, you still see, that's still not gone. He invented that. He invented the movie theater. Edison invented it.
1890s.
I don't remember. But, yeah, he invented it. Probably more in the 1900s. He invented the movie theater. He invented the phonograph record.
What did he do with the light bulb exactly? Did he improve it or create it from scratch?
No, he made the first stable light bulb.
How were they not stable before?
They just burn out.
How fast?
Hours. Yeah.
Okay.
And they weren't particularly bright. These real expensive materials like platinum.
So he reduced the price and increased the longevity of the light bulb.
Yeah, and he raised the impedance. So they operated on low current and high voltage. So he came with a device that worked on low current and high voltage, which was important.
Why?
These big wires.
How big were those wires before?
Well, we're talking about a 10-to-1 reduction in the size of the wire with an Edison lamp compared to a regular piece of hot metal.
So how big would the wire be in the street going to your home?
Well, normally anything that gets bigger around in your arm you have to start paralleling them up. So his voltage is only 100 volts, so the wire made the wires big. But most of the light bulbs only work on 3 volts, and then the wires would be as big around as my car. That would just be completely impractical. And electromotive force will only go a volt a foot, or foot a volt. So if you have 10 volts, you can only go 10 feet. Yeah, if you go 100 volts, you can go 100 feet, and 1,000 volts, 1,000 feet. So 100 volts really wasn't good for going very far than just like one block in a city. So as soon as you got more feet than volts, then all of a sudden you got to start doubling up on the copper. That's the problem. So the farther you go, then even though the current's the same, the distance determines the diameter of the wire. Then they have to be insulated and shielded. There wasn't any of that technology. Edison had to come up with the coaxial cable and the protective devices, the circuit breakers.
I used to think he was a louse that ripped off Tesla and all this negative stuff, and listening to Dollard tell the deal on him, it makes me feel like he was kind of an upright guy. Tesla was a rival that he was jealous of.
Tesla might have very well been jealous of Edison too, but they had that one altercation where he said, you know, if you build this for me, make it work, I'll give you 25 grand, was it? I think, I'm not sure of the dollar amount. But he said, okay, and Tesla did it. And it blew Edison's mind because he didn't think he'd be able to. And he said, I want my, you know, where's my money? He goes, oh, you don't understand American humor. You know, and you walked away.
Yeah.
That was pretty shitty to do that.
Well, he got done that way.
Yeah. That's right.
He did. When he got started, people were, he got done the same way.
Yep.
And as opposed to breaking that chain, he evidently believed that was the American way and passed it on. I really don't know because I wasn't alive back then.
Well, when Edison was having his problems with DC, they figured out if they were going to run DC, they'd have to have a power plant every 100 feet or something. It was like every square mile, there'd have to be a power plant. But what Tesla did was he figured out how to run high tension wires with 50,000 volts or something like that, and then step it down into the houses to 110. Because you remember what he said? He said if you want 100 feet, you got to have this many volts. If you want, Tesla was the one who figured out AC. And if you ask me, that was no small feat, because that's probably exactly how the universe operates. So basically, he tapped into the universe and used its delivery system on Earth artificially. Pretty amazing when you think about it.
Yeah, and it takes me back to the earlier video that you played about the old knowledge that was wiped out.
Oh, I know. Absolutely, yeah. And it was even the story that mainstream tells with the Library of Alexandria that got pillaged by religious zealots and burned to the ground. Well, I don't think that they burned the works. I think the works are probably in the basement of the Vatican. But, you know, that was all works from great writers that we only know, that have 3 works that were extant, you know, instead of being gone. But Homer had a lot more works, and people like him, you know, scholars. What was his name? What was that one dude who was real smart? He figured out the heliocentric Anaxagoras or something like that. A Roman soldier killed him.
Oh.
I think it was Anaxagoras or something like that. Yeah. That guy had worked there, you know, all that ancient history and knowledge was just evaporated in one freaking swoop. Yeah.
Hey Greg, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? Who's this?
It's Nigel.
Hey Nigel, what's up, buddy?
NDH.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, you know, were you the guy who asked me if I've written anything? I'm writing something right now, so you're gonna be able to hear something that I've created.
Yeah, that's the one. I'll play it.
Well, I'm still in the process of writing it now. It's going to be for the conference. And my topic is super double secret classified.
There you go. Intriguing.
Yeah, I can't tell you. But, you know,
because
if I tell you, then someone's going to steal it, and they'll have it, and I'll be like, what? What?
Hey, that's how the world rolls, right? Someone steals somebody else's ideas.
Well, you know, I mean,
as long as you make somebody else look good, right?
Well, if I don't tell anybody, then nobody knows. Then if someone else picks it, then it'll be completely by happenstance and nothing else, you know.
I have a cunning question.
Sure. Fire away and fall back.
So Tesla, who was his inspiration? Where did he get his ideas from?
Well, hold on while I hurry up and look that up on Google. I have no idea. Do you know? That would be pretty interesting to know, because I really never thought about it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. So How was he? What was his educational institution? How was he brought up? That's pretty amazing. I've never explored that myself, but hey, he got these ideas from somewhere.
Yeah.
And no one's asked that question, right?
Well, I have. James Keeley. This is back before what I call the complete takeover of the materialistic, humanistic Renaissance. But anyway, the elimination.
We're talking late 19th century, right?
Yes, 1800s. A prestigious learning facility that. Well, anyway, John Keeley was. Now, this is just in the what I was able to find and read, and I take it with a grain of salt. But that was one of them. Another one he met. A redneck from Kentucky that had no official schooling of any kind, but
good luck, me.
Nathaniel Stubblefield, very interesting individual. You want to look into him as well when we speak of potentials. I believe he was an inspiration for Eric P. Dollard as well.
Well, Tesla was. But I just found something interesting from Mark Twain that he wrote about, inspired by Tesla. It's something he wrote. It's titled "Inspired by Tesla." It takes 1,000 men to invent a telegraph, or a steam engine, or a photograph, or a phonograph, or a telephone, or any other important thing, and the last man gets the credit, and we forget the others. He added his little mite. That is all he did. These object lessons should teach us that 99 parts of all things that proceed from the intellect are plagiarisms, pure and simple.
Yeah, 100%.
Classified. And the lesson ought to make us modest. But nothing can do that, Mark Twain.
So there's plenty of modest people of the study out there.
Right, yeah. I think there was one of those philosophers, I can't remember which one, they all kind of bleed together, They said that originality is just a clever copy.
Yeah.
It's a clever imitation. That's what he said.
Well, that's like
everything's been done. Like in music, what is there? How many major chords are there in Learnshare?
Don't ask me that question. I'll give you. I will contradict what you just said.
There's 6 major. There's 6 major chords, right?
You're speaking of major
Every good
chords.
boy does fine. Yeah.
That's G clef, and then bass clef is FACE.
We're talking to a musician, yeah.
Every good boy does fine. That's the line.
Mr. J's a musician.
But I'm just saying, those 6 major chords can be. They're still not done playing them in some order to make a different song. It's probably,
that's for sure.
Probably limitless. But with that said, if you listen to some songs, are you familiar with a band named Portishead?
Yes.
Well, they have a song called Glory Box, and the first time I heard it, I really liked it. I mean, it's got a good groove, it's really cool. And then not long after that, I listened to "Babe, I'm Gonna Leave You" by Led Zeppelin. It's the same song.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
They just played it a little different, with a little different, tempo. But
can I swing you out a bit here, Greg?
Yeah.
But
I mean, that happens 100,000 million times. Some people can see.
Back in the day, maybe the mid-90s, when I was growing up, Alice in Chains had a big fucking epiphany with me. They sort of had a bit of a struck a chord with the way they had a bit of a resonance going off the way they were playing their music.
Yeah, that Lane Staley, he could sing.
Yeah, Lane Staley and Jerry Cantrell. They're all part of that Seattle scene, but they had something going there. I don't know what it was, but pretty amazing.
Yeah, I saw them. I saw them live. They were good.
Oh, did you really? Oh,
yeah. Saw them at Detroit.
That would have been awesome.
Actually, at that time, they were warming up for Aerosmith. I was there to see Aerosmith, and they were the opening act, Alice in Chains.
Yeah, well, Lane Staley, his voice was amazing. Amazing.
Oh, yeah,
came straight from the heart. What he sang was just...
try to sing Man in the Box. It's one of the most difficult songs to sing. If you can carry that note and keep and make it that strong, that dude had incredible lungs. Man. He was a great singer, yes.
I reckon his pièce de résistance was Sunshine. The song, I don't do it any justice while presenting this, by the way, but
we used to play Rooster. I could handle that. That wasn't a big deal. But Man in the Box, man, when he's singing that chorus,
he got all those notes.
Yeah.
So I rate Lane Staley and Chris Cornell on the same level. Amazing singers.
Love Chris Cornell when he did Temple of the Dog. That one album they did where they hooked up with Pearl Jam.
Audio Slide?
Yeah, they did Temple of the Dog, that one song. Oh my God, it was a hit. It was really, really good. It came out in the early 2000s.
Hunger Strike.
I love that song. Still love that song.
Going hungry, yeah.
You know, they're both dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
They both died. It was like they had some pact or something. I don't know. That was creepy. Then the guy from Lincoln Park did himself in too.
Yeah.
Oh, it must be terrible to be rich and have thousands of adoring fans. It must be just terrible.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's not right. Sounds not right.
You know, come and live my life for a little while. Let me be you. I'll be dancing. Dancing to the band, you know, and living in a nice house and having it easy, and you don't have to struggle. See, I used to tell them people, like when they were spoiled rock stars like Axl Rose or something, I said, tell Axl Rose to come and work with me at Ford for a week. He'd be crying to get back there to that life. You know, because they act like they're so messed up.
You know what they lose, Greg?
What?
They lose the ability to go down the shop and just buy something without people sort of hitting on them.
Oh, of course, yeah.
That's what they lose.
They become targets.
And they eventually, the money can't buy you the freedom that we have of being anonymous.
Yeah.
You know, everyone loves their anonymity when they want it. Yeah.
What a word. Anonymity.
Well, you know,
that's it. Anonymity.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's funny. It's funny. You don't be. Look, I just want to blurt this out, and you can talk for all you want. Mick Jagger took a selfie of himself drinking at a bar in North Carolina by himself. It was kind of sparse crowd. He said having a beer at the pub, you know, and there was nobody recognized him at all. He had a baseball hat on and glasses.
Yep.
And that's freaking Mick Jagger. So yeah,
yep.
But he seems to do it. Get away with it.
Well, you'd be able to still do it to a degree,
Somebody
but nowhere
Elvis
like
or something, you know, or the Beatles. Probably not.
With the modern generation, he'd probably get away with it now. Mm-hmm. No one knows shit, bro.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, now he's like 75 years old. Nobody cares.
You know what? I saw them in 2015. They came to Detroit at freaking Comerica Park, and I never seen them so good. They were
just firing on all cylinders like grenades.
Hey, Keith Richards is a freak.
Never stop dancing.
Keith Richards is a freak of nature. Amazing.
I know. Did you ever see his hands? How does he play the guitar with those fingers?
Incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, and so it doesn't really hurt. Maybe that's why.
He gets raspier and raspier. I bet it's Keith Richards.
Yeah, but those guys are on a different.
The riff king.
I mean, I don't want to deflate my tires, but those guys are on a whole different level.
Who?
And they're so self-confident and they're happy.
Who?
And they don't. There's something about it, right? You got that level of fame, and you can't be touched anymore. You're happy, and you do what you do.
Right. And even if you don't stay on top, if you get a core following where you can go on tour and put butts in seats, you'll have it made for the rest of your life. You just go on tour whenever you need money. That's what Ingrid Malmsteen does.
Hey, by the way, Greg, I reckon you got plenty of talent there. I reckon you're a Miss Gem there. I reckon you got plenty of gem, plenty of. Well, when I see your compositions on YouTube, it's great. Hats off to you, mate. Terrific work.
Yeah, I had a niche for it ever since my mom let me play with her 2-track reel-to-reel. If I wanted to create something, and the easiest thing was music. So my brother taught me a couple chords, and I took off from there, and my goodness, the hours I spent in my younger days.
Mom had a reel-to-reel?
My tape machine, a guitar, a bass, and a drum machine, or my drums.
So,
and that's just how
Greg,
I had that whole
Greg, your mom had a reel-to-reel.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And she was the one who used it.
Yes. She listened.
What did she use it for?
She used to listen.
I mean, so that's where you get your music from her then.
She played guitar, yeah. My mom.
I mean, my uncle Wayne, he had a reel-to-reel, and he would let me I could fast forward or whatever.
Yeah.
But that was the only thing he let me do. But but the music was just. Still, it sounded so good on that thing.
Yeah.
I think when I look back at it, the sound was awesome.
Well, those were great days. Yeah. Well, see, I used to play with her 2-track because it was 2-track. You record on one channel, the left side, and then you got the right side. And you have 2 guitars, or a guitar and a voice. Or usually, I'd play the first track and sing on one track, and then play the accompaniment. But I lost all those. They weren't that good anyway. But then when I graduated and got my first 4-track cassette recorder, I still have all those recordings. They're on SoundCloud. They're like my babies. I can't part with them. A lot of them don't sound that great, and they're not that good. But I had so much fun creating them that every time I listen to it, I remember, what I did. I don't know, and that's just was what I like to do. Everybody has their thing.
Thanks for sharing with everyone.
Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I always worry that I'm forcing people. I don't want to ever have to force anybody to listen to music that I create. I just love it.
Well, one thing is, don't worry about what others think. Just do what you do, and that's it.
Thank you very much, brother. That makes me feel good. And that's what and Learnshare. I'm sure you know this when you're playing live for people, and I don't know, there's sometimes they'll sit on their ass for 3 sets and then finally start dancing around the floor. Those are the gigs that you just got to get through. But when you get on there and when you hit that first chord and there's already people on the dance floor, you have a great night. It's like magic.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, isn't it?
It's reflected back down. It's reflected back down.
Well, yeah, that's exactly. It's reciprocated, but it's amplified exponentially. Right. And you get so high that you better not get high before you get on stage.
Yeah, I know. I would get high in the parking lot and forget how to play the guitar. or make a lot of mistakes. I think I'm playing great, and then when I listen to it, I go, oh my God.
Just turn up the distortion. It's all
Note
good.
to self: don't play high.
That's right.
Note to self.
Yeah, because my nephew, he's just like this doobie freak, and every time I see him, he's appendage to a doobie. I'm like, what do you do? Wake up and start getting high? He's like, yeah. Don't you? No.
As a matter of fact.
No, I don't. And he's still doing it, and he's getting up there now. He's still younger than me, but when we get together and play, it's really, really good together.
I have a question for you, Greg.
Yeah.
So, from a gifted musician, how did you get into all this electric universe stuff?
Oh, well, cosmology and science, basically, has always been a driving interest in me. And, I knew there was something wrong with it. Because I would sit there and watch it in total skepticism, like, when the sun dies in 5 billion years, I'm like, how can they possibly freaking know that? How is it that the sun can burn 750,000 tons of hydrogen per second and burn for billions of years? That just
because it's gigantic.
No
that's
sense
why.
to me at all. And I discovered Walt Thornhill.
Yeah, that's how I found it.
It was Understanding Gravity was the name of the video, and it changed my whole. Yeah, I had focus. I had a direction. I was like, wow, you know what? This shit is good. People got to know about this, man. That's what started me, and I made that first video. I didn't know where it was going to go. Or I was shooting from the hip, but
how depressing is it? How much? So
I wrote the song Electric Universe. That was the first thing I created.
Oh, I haven't heard that one.
You haven't heard it?
Maybe I have, but have you played it before? Or?
I have.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
It's a
Forgive me for being very unobservant.
I'll give you.
I've probably heard it. If you played it, I'll probably know it.
I'll play it later. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess I think the first thing I heard when I heard, because I was always apprehensive about hearing everything about the cosmos and the universe and whatever, just never made sense to me. And I think can't be this complicated, can it? And then I just heard one speech. Just scrolling on YouTube one night, come across Walt Thornhill talking about the electric universe, and I thought, oh yeah, what the fuck's this? This is all another bullshit, whatever. And then
he started
within 5 minutes, I pause. I'm going, fucking hell, hang on a sec. It's like, hang on a sec. Somebody's just like presenting something very simple. And I don't know. Hey, I'm not an expert, but it just resonated with me. I'm going, hang on a sec.
That's right.
This all ticks all the boxes. Suddenly I'm hearing something that makes sense.
Yes, exactly. That was exactly what I did. And when I first discovered Thornhill and Thunderbolts, first I watched every single what do they call that? Binge watched every single Thornhill video I could find for about 2 weeks. Then I transferred over to the Thunderbolts, and I made that playlist I have: Electric Universe, Saturn Theory, Thunderbolts. It's on my homepage. It's like the 4th or 5th one down. I made that playlist while I was binge watching every Thunderbolts, and then after that, I just watch whenever it comes out. I got caught up, and whenever it comes out, I watch it and add it to the list. I don't know how many videos are on that list, but I just recently found out that after 200 you can't see anymore, so I'm gonna have to split that.
That's what I was saying. That little message I sent you yesterday said, so you only got like 10,000 subscribers, but like one of your videos got over 100,000 views.
Purple Dawn.
I'm thinking, hang on, yeah, exactly. people doing, mate. I thought that was great, and I'm thinking, hang on a sec, you've presented something in a very genuine way from an outside perspective. You're not a fucking scientist guru.
Mm-hmm.
You're not a Medusa, but you've presented something to your credit. I'm thinking, wow, that's like, yeah, it engaged me. I actually got more engaged watching it through you. So yeah.
But that's a fine compliment, NDH. Thank you. What's your name again?
Nigel.
Nigel. I'm not looking at the Discord, but Nigel. I'm going to remember your name now, Nigel, because that was a wonderful compliment. Thank you. That is my aim, to capture.
Well,
and people go, hey, wow, what's going on here? You know.
Yeah,
So
I've been watching what you've been doing for the last, I don't know. I think it's 2 or 3 years. Shit.
Oh, that's great.
I've got a few more grey hairs now watching. But,
yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, but I reckon. Yeah. I think you got a unique way of presenting something, and that's great. So, hopefully, other people catch on. But unfortunately, so much pushback, and it's just you know the story, right?
Oh yeah, well, my son's been desubbed a couple times. He doesn't get alerts. When you subscribe, make sure you hit the bell too, because it makes a difference. You get alerts.
Yeah, I always do it. I did send you a direct contribution a year ago, but maybe it's time I send you another one.
you know something. This is really weird. I know I sent it to Andy, so he can back me up on this if he remembers. But one time I was going through my, what do they call that, accolades or something, or, where you look at all your numbers. And I never really do that because I just feel that if I do my job good, that'll all just fall into place. I'm not even going to worry about it. But one time I looked and it said, actual subscribers, 17,700 and something. I went, what?
Oh.
And I copied it and pasted it on Discord to Andy, and then I've never been able to find that very page again. I don't know how I found it. I don't know if it was a glitch or a typo, but I thought, I am getting nerfed. But you know what I read? I read that if you go against the consensus, the 100%. They shadow ban you or whatever they call that. They make it more difficult for you.
Hey, we've been watching Discord right now. We've been watching because I sent you some stuff a couple of days ago, and all of a sudden I got these weird messages on my side.
Did you send it to my email or Discord? I'll get it eventually in Discord. I know sometimes they take a little while to get to my messages because I'm always working on a video.
Not you, just in general. Just like things didn't make sense. I sent you a message, and all of a sudden on a different platform, I got all these different messages. Yeah, and they're watching, mate.
Well, yeah. I mean, now I've got a huge head. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
but
100%, mate.
That's really nice.
100%.
It feels good when I know I'm doing something for someone.
I already know you're treading carefully, and just keep that up because it's working. But yeah, they'll catch on one day.
Yeah, I hope so. But I'm to be quite honest with you, I'm very happy with what I have. I'm grateful for what I have. I could have nobody, but I'm doing all right. I'm not skid rowing it by no means, and compared to other people that might only have a couple thousand. That I'm pretty proud of what we've done here. We've done some good work.
I think I truly believe you got a bigger presence than you know, mate. So that's my humble opinion. So
I hope so. Because what that means is then the message is what's the most important thing, not the messenger. and get that truth out there and cause that freaking tipping point so we can get on with the future of the electric universe, which is what the conference is about. I think it's a great topic.
Well, like I said, I don't know if you remember the message I sent you a couple days ago, but
I'll have to.
I speak to.
Well, you're on my radar now, Nigel.
Shit, I dug a hole.
No, that's a good thing.
Yeah, but I sent a message to Royal Thornhill.
Yes, we did. Yes, I communicated with you on that. They were trying to get him to come on the show. I've asked him a couple times, and he always says the same thing. I'm booked solid.
Look,
he's solid, but don't quit asking. That's what he said.
He's responsible as well. It's all about exposure, and I've got to maximise efficiency and time to get the message out there. Right.
Yeah.
That's like I said, that's fine. I respect that.
Mm-hmm.
But I know if that day ever comes, it would be a very engaging conversation.
Oh,
be great.
Yeah. Well, first I'd have to I'd have to stop being in awe, sitting there talking.
Yeah.
I'm talking to War Thornhill. Oh my God.
Yeah. Well, I was pretty stumped. I was pretty stumped. He reacted to me, and I'm thinking, shit, this is a bloke who's spoken to EV, and I'm going, holy shit.
Yeah, I actually did write E.V. Cochran too, and told him I was a big fan. That I had a channel on YouTube, and that he's welcome to come on anytime.
Yeah.
He's a pretty busy guy, though.
I guess what concerns me is he's getting pretty old now. How old is he? He's
Greg.
Yeah.
Greg, after you do that presentation in Detroit, they'll all want to come on your show.
I hope so.
Once they see and hear you, they'll go, "Wow, this bloke is pretty good."
Yeah.
What they miss now is they don't listen. So, but when they hear you speak, at that will make them realise, because I haven't come across anyone that really says, one of the big things that you've got in your favour is that you're a good presenter.
Yeah, 100%.
They might not always agree with the topics, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right. I do like to tap dance on the wild side once in a while, and they might think I'm a little shy, because they don't want to be affiliated with it. And I completely understand that.
Yeah. So, but it would be good to get someone like Thornhill, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sure.
And just have an open conversation and a conversation about Velikovsky with him.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. See, we were trying to get Mud Fossil one time, but that sort of went to sleep, didn't it?
I don't know what happened there. He's a really nice guy. We were talking, we exchanged a couple of emails, and he's like, well, what are we going to talk about? And I said, well, that's up to you. What do you want to talk about? And then he said, well, I'm really busy. I'm engaged in a project. I'm tied up. I'll let you know later on down the road. I said, okay, cool, man. And that's fine.
Yep.
That's fine. I don't ever really want to pressure anybody to come on the show.
I approached some of those guys from Sapphire on LinkedIn. Only on LinkedIn. It was only like an invite. No big deal. But I always found that while Thornhill was always the most receptive, most respective. It's just like grassroots.
Ambassador for the Electric Universe, because he's
grassroots. Like, I'm not
articulate.
I'm not going around with a big placard saying the world's fucked and running around protesting. I'm not doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
People need to find the truth out for themselves, what resonates with them. But that's how I found it. I found it because, hang on a sec.
Yep.
Hey, this ticks all the boxes, but you can see how the real world works right now, and it's pretty disappointing seeing how gullible people are in the real world, and hopefully the less than 10% of the world can carry the rest of humanity through. I don't know. I don't know. Pumping my tires up a bit there, but fucking hell, there's so many stupid people out there.
Yeah, you know, I mean, most people who really just make mainstream cosmology sacrosanct, they really are, they don't realize that they're listening to information that they don't even know where the main source comes from.
They haven't studied it. They haven't validated it.
And, you know, they have people that make up all these ad hoc things like inflation, black holes, white holes. You know, I think that the show that really punches it in the nose is the Cosmology Quest Part 2. It might not be as interesting as Part 1 because you got the whole Halton Arp affair on that. But in Part 2, when you got that Craig Lerner talking, I think that's his name, and he starts talking about dark matter and dark energy, he just blows the Big Bang to pieces. And I wish just everybody could see that, you know, because when I saw it, I was like, wow. Dark matter is a fudge factor. They had to add in something to make it work. And I wrote, I wish I could do that with my checkbook, because in the real world, you can't just add something to make it work out. That means that's telling you the theory should be abandoned.
Can I share something with you?
Yes.
I'm sure you'll like this story. So I was at a remote project one day, away from home, and on TV, we're at some communal place, and I was sitting in front of a TV, and I talk about dark matter and black holes and stuff, and I'm just sitting there shaking my head. And I wasn't expressing what I was thinking, but someone looked at me and go, "Why are you shaking your head?" And I said, "Mate, because it's all fucking bullshit."
Yeah, exactly.
I said, I had a bit of the old Tourette's in one eye, just like blinking slowly. I'm thinking, fuck off. I'm here to relax. I'm watching this fucking shit on TV. And they looked at me and said, why are you reacting like that? I said, because it's fucking bullshit.
Right.
I like the way they trot out Brian Cox every now and then to.
Oh yeah. Well,
good gospel.
Yeah.
Like he's.
Of time.
Hey?
The arrow of time.
He's everybody's. Yeah. Yeah.
So this guy looked at me and he said, "Why are you acting like that?" And I said, "Because I think." Well, I'm not sure if this is why I said it, but in the context, I said, "Well, we're all being fucked over, we're all being played," without being emotional about it. I just said, "You need to look deeper, mate. Have a look at what resonates with you, because this is bullshit." And suss it out for yourself. And then I'll drop the EU line. And yourself, Greg, I said, have a look at Greg J.
Wow,
it's a nice subtle way of introducing yourself to something different. And in a soft way. It was a soft in a soft way. I was saying, have a look at this, mate. Just have a look at that. Mm-hmm. And maybe have a reflect and think about, have a deeper thought. Does this equal that, or does this equal, I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to explain what I was thinking.
Well, here's one thing that I completely stump mainstreamers with every single time, and every single time they ignore it as if it was never said. I asked them one simple question. If a star has nuclear fusion going on in the core, why are sunspots black? They can't answer it. They talk about, oh, it's twisted magnetic forces. No. You're looking at the inside of the star. It should be brighter. It's got a freaking furnace burning away at 20 million degrees in the core. But you know what's funny is, like Saturn. Okay, Saturn was thought to be a star. Well, it's still in turmoil. It's still in battle with itself. But Saturn is exactly the opposite as the Sun. The Sun starts out cold in the core, which, by the way, human cells have iron in the core too, which I think Neil Thompson said he thinks iron is in the core of the Sun, and I think that's a damn good guess. But as you go out in the Sun, it gets hotter all the way to the corona. Saturn's
it's beyond the hemisphere.
Saturn starts out cold and gets hotter as you get to the core. That's it's interesting. It's almost like an anti-star.
Same with Jupiter.
Yeah, Jupiter.
Yeah, they produce their own heat.
You know, Greg. What I find,
go ahead.
One of the hardest ways to explain the EU to people is because it's so simple, and they just can't. They can't put through that it's all so simple. They expect it to have a whole blackboard of maths to every little bit. And when you just point out, well, everything's got to be connected, and it would be a form of an electric or magnetic connection, they only think the only electrics is the electrics we produce at a power plant. And that's the hardest part with getting through the EU idea in that and how the planets in their formation and rotation, how everything has to be in balance, and it really has to be in balance electrically, or things go out of Y. And that's what I found is the hardest thing. And the same with the Big Bang. My question, when they tell me Big Bang, I always say, but wasn't there nothing there? Yeah, well, how can nothing go bang?
What went bang?
That's right.
Once upon a time, nothing blew up. Pauli, are you there? Pauli?
Yeah, that's right.
Pauli.
Do you know what I found?
And the only way the Big Bang can work is if people just realize it was a thought.
There you go.
God's idea.
Yes.
It was a thought.
The Big Bang, what they're talking about, the Let There Be Light moment, was the birth of our solar system when Saturn flared, according to
Right, but I'm saying, that something can come of nothing if it's a thought. God thought. God, all he did was think about it, and bam, that happened. That's all I'm saying. And then that completely takes, that's the only way it can work. But they don't want anyone to believe in God. So.
Well,
I agree with that, Pauli.
The universe didn't create consciousness created the universe, just like you say. I'm sorry, Andy.
You have a thought, but a thought is nothing until it is acted upon.
Right.
Would you agree with that, Pauli?
Yeah, but I mean, he manifested it. He just went kaboom, and automatically all of these things
acted upon
that if they need like chemicals and things, atoms need to be created. All this stuff happened and was created all at the same time because that's what he wanted. I'm just saying that's a way of thought. Things can come from nothing when it's an idea.
So we're touching on all that stuff with Alchemy and Sapphire Project. Where like new elements have been produced and all that stuff.
Yes.
Pretty interesting.
It's proven, that beyond gamma at high potentials is formation and transmuting elements. Not only with the Sapphire Project, but there's been plasma labs since the 19th century, so it's not new. It's just been swept under the rug.
Well, it's all there, but yeah, exactly. It's all been swept under the rug. But hey, I'm not going to dig myself a hole. I'm just a little punter running around saying stuff, but I'm not promoting it because guess what? It's just going to come my way if I push it. So.
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah.
But to your credit, Greg, it takes balls to present this sort of stuff. So.
Well, I think my background in music kind of prepared me for this because I was the front man in a band for 15 years in cover and original bands, and basically I was the MC. So when we'd have Halloween parties, for example, and they'd have costume contest, I was the guy that was, let's vote for this. I had to figure out, what to do, and it's just I've always been good at running off the cuff, because I am probably the most disorganized person you'll ever meet, but I'm good at creating from the hip. Just, okay, let's do this. We're going to go into this next. Yeah, this is a good idea. I like this. It always seems to work, but there are times when it crashes and burns miserably. We just have to learn from those times. And I had some really good people who stayed with me, because they could have left me and said, "You're an idiot," but they didn't. They cut me slack.
What I found pretty profound about what Wolf on Hill was talking about was about the hollow Earth and how the Earth.
Yes. I've heard that from a few different people, that the Earth must be hollow on the inside, but I don't know. Is it? Well, I would think that there's probably a bunch of plasma.
I don't know. I always wanted to have a chat to Grouch about this, because we actually come from the same home in Victoria, Melbourne, Australia, Victoria, Australia. And
so you live by Andy?
Sorry?
You live by Andy?
I'm right in Melbourne, right dead centre of Melbourne. So,
well, you said Victoria. That's all I know. He lives there.
Australia.
And Ted
Australia,
lives in
not
Victoria, Texas. So
yeah, I know. People get that mixed up.
Yeah.
People get that mixed up. But what I'm saying is, so we got a bit of local geology, interesting geology happening here. So, we've got these volcanic. If you're familiar with the map of Australia, in Victoria in particular, the west side of Victoria has got these volcanic fields, which are all dormant or extinct, but they were active 5,000 years ago, and we're not even close to a tectonic plate. We're not even close to any geological thing of that nature with that produces volcanoes.
Well, you give me thoughts.
But 5,000 years ago they were active. 5,000 years ago they were active. WTF?
It's like Ramon.
Right, hang on a sec. Why the fuck were they active 5,000 years ago, not now? And then Mount Gambier is the only dormant volcano in Australia. And
I would say the reason why they were active 5,000 years ago is because there was an extraterrestrial force working upon it.
Yes, exactly. So there you go. So.
And you got to remember, the crust of the Earth is only 15 miles deep, and it's floating on top of a powerhouse.
It must have been pretty fucking crazy and scary time for people living here, right?
Sure.
What I find pretty amazing is when I was a kid, when I was growing up, first thing I learned about when I was in prep was the rainbow serpent Aboriginal mythology. We're taught about
Learnshare said BRB.
The rainbow serpents. These serpents waltz around, carve the land. These snakes. I didn't think much of it at the time. I thought whatever. But I'm pretty sure they don't teach that shit right now in school. But that's resonated me 40 years later. I thought, hang on a sec. This is you're actually telling us what's going on. It's only resonated me 40 years later. So holy shit, that was the real deal. And yeah. So
I want to. Let me know when you're finished, because I need to ask Pauli a question. Go ahead, finish, Nigel.
But one more thing I have to say is one thing that sort of makes me reflect and stand back is the whole hollow earth theory. There's things about the Andes Mountains when you got all those not just petrification with tree stumps that have like turned into stone and stuff. That doesn't make sense because they should deteriorate over time, whatever. But they've like instantly got a rock the shape of a tree. That doesn't make sense. And then in the Andes Mountains, you got fucking like evidence of the seabed on the top of a fucking mountain. 2,000 meters high. Whatever. Okay, whatever.
But then ranges on top of mountain ranges.
But then look at the entire south coast of Australia from Melbourne all the way to Perth. What have you got? The Great Australian Bight. One enormous cliff system. A cliff sticking out 50, 60 meters high. Cliff. One cliff going for thousands of kilometers. Where do you get that on Earth? It's validating what fucking Roll Thornhill's saying. The Earth is expanding. The thing's expanding. It's like a balloon. It's fucking building. Yeah, it's crazy shit. No one says nothing about it.
Actually, it's expanding faster than it's supposed to be. That's what Halton Arp said.
Look at all the south side of Australia. Look at it. Look at the entire continent of Australia, particularly in South Australia. It's one massive cliff. One massive cliff sticking out.
That's amazing. I'm going to have to look at that and see if that's true. Pauli, I want to ask you a question before we segue into a movie or a video.
Okay.
What's going on with California and the fire department? I mean, I remember the last time I heard it was burning down out there. Is it better this year?
I think it's a little better as far as things aren't burning like where people are. Mm-hmm. It's mainly like forest area and stuff like that. But in a way, it's kind of bad because in the Sierras by Yosemite, which is like, if you've never been there, then you need to Google Yosemite because it's unbelievable, that place. And they've been fighting fires all around there, and there's still fires going on around the park, but people are able to go to the park now, but they weren't for a while. And there was a really bad fire there a few years ago, and we went up there to for a day because it's like 2-hour drive.
Oh yeah.
Yosemite is from where I live, and
majestic.
Well, you have to be there in person to understand how gigantic those, like oh my God, they're huge. Like the granite formations, they're gigantic. I can't explain to see it in person, but there's a vibe in that place I can't explain the vibe. Anyway, I've been to Yosemite a million times.
Park, is that what you're talking about? There's fires there?
Yeah, Yosemite.
What about your fresh water? I hear it was like really, you're losing fresh water really bad, and there was some kind of danger that it would mix with the salt water, the underground water. Your groundwater levels are really low.
When did you hear that?
I heard it like last year, and then I also heard that like Lake Mead is disappearing, and things like that.
I don't know about Lake Mead. I don't know, but excuse me, but I should know.
Yeah.
Because if that's true, that should be on the news.
Well, it is. I just saw a video said the deal with Lake Mead's water disappearance. So it is.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I'm talking about mainstream news, but of course it's not going to be on mainstream news, but it should be because that would be proving their point. Wouldn't that be proving climate, out of control climate?
Yeah, but I hear that they're doing that on purpose.
Mm-hmm. They're probably using the water for fracking and other things that, for their industrial needs, put it that way. Because it's not going to the people.
Previously sunken boats are emerging at Lake Mead as water disappears. The water level in Lake Mead, the nation's largest reservoir, dropped below 1,050 feet elevation for the first time last week. Critical milestone that signals more stringent water cuts are around the corner for the Southwest. That's why I had heard about it. That's why I wanted to ask you, because you live out there.
Okay, if it's just a recent thing that just happened, yeah, somebody's using up that water for something else.
Yeah, there's boats
it's not grounded. And it's not because it's hot outside, because Lake Mead has been there for however long it's been there for, and the water levels, they go up and down all the time, but a significant drop like that, obviously, it's not from being too hot outside. It's got to be from something else. But that has not been in the news locally around here at all.
Is the ground? Isn't the ground sinking, or is it the water is raising? Because it sure doesn't look like the water is raising here. Oh wow, look at that boat. Oh yeah,
sticking up like that.
Yeah, you see that? Yeah, I'm about to look.
That's sticking straight up like that. Was sticking straight up. Wow.
Right, yeah, it's beached.
But I had not. No one's talked about that at all. Okay. Which is kind of weird. That should be in the news. There's no other, all the dams and stuff around here, especially there's Lake Natomas, which is really close to me. There's a reservoir there. And that one, they've always been talking about how low it is, but they haven't talked about how low it is this year, because it's doing really good this year, which is it. Why is that? I don't know, but it's because there was a good snowfall. I don't know. But I mean, we're not having any kind of regulation or, like last year they told us, you can only water on Wednesdays and Saturdays or whatever, and and cut your shower time down or whatever. But they haven't said anything to us this time at all. So I don't know. I heard in England that there's a huge water shortage in New England now, which I just heard that when I was listening to the radio today.
Yeah, and it seems to be going around.
But they could just be saying that because they want people to think that. But
of course
we're not. I mean, any kind of water loss is. I mean, it comes and goes, but I mean, like England, it seems like they'd have no problem there because it rains all the time. I don't know.
Nigel,
I don't know. It's just kind of weird.
You're right, Nigel. It's all cliffs.
Learnshare said Buck.
Are you saying that there's a reason to be alarmed for that, or has it always been like that?
No, it's just an expanding Earth. It's like a balloon getting blown up.
So the Earth is expanding.
Well, I saw a video not long ago. It's Mariana Trench. Yes, indeed, there is new freaking ground being made at the bottom.
So it's like a balloon. So if you have a balloon that's deflated, paste all the continents of the Earth on the balloon, then blow it up. There you go, voila.
Well, there's that big crack in Africa, that huge, gigantic crack.
Break up into 3 parts.
Yeah, so back in the day, all the continents were connected, and now here we are. Well, I always thought it was called Gondwana land back in the day. But if you blow up a balloon, it sort of makes sense. I've never tried that exercise before, but
easy to imagine.
Not that long ago, I read an article from Halton Earp says that the Earth is in danger of blowing up. Eventually, one day.
Blowing up.
Yeah, that's just one of many great things that may occur.
Yeah, where the asteroid belt is. Tom Van Flanders.
I'm not going to touch too much on this subject, but we've all heard of peak oil, right? And that's where I'm going to stop.
What was that you said?
That's where water lives.
Well, it's all about the Earth expanding, right? There's more capacity. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So something's filling it up.
Yeah, Haltenarp said it was getting bigger too fast, but of course, that's just his opinion. But he's a pretty smart guy. Velikovsky didn't say that though.
Well, wouldn't that stand to reason though that all the other planets would grow larger too?
Yes.
I mean, well, the rock planets, when they grow too, I guess it depends upon what, I don't know.
It depends on how close we are to the galactic arm, because that's where all the big current is. That's where all the hot stars are. So.
Well, it's all getting back to what Will of Thornhill was promoting about the Hollow Earth. What's actually promoting the Hollow Earth? I actually don't know.
You know who else says that? Is Eric Dollard. He said that the planets have to be hollow. But you see, there are different kinds of hollow Earth. Usually, when you say the word hollow Earth, your mind automatically goes to this sun that's in the middle of the Earth, and there's a whole nether Earth. And I don't think that's what that's like the furthest one, the furthest extreme. But then there are other theories that say there are hollow spots in the Earth, right?
Oh, that makes sure.
So,
but but as far as like the sun could blow up, it's because there's just water. I mean, there's so much water, right? There's water that we see, and then there's water that we don't see. There's more under the ground than there is on top, right? So, what is that? That the Earth could turn into a sun, because it's all. That's what hydrogen, water.
As long as Sol is there, it's not going to, because it's sucking all the oxygen out, or all the electricity out of the room.
Oh, that's true.
That's what killed Saturn.
Oh, that's true. It's like oh my God, that is true. It's like a battery.
And Neil, I was talking to Neil about what determines a star, the biggest body in the system, and he said absolutely. That's exactly what I thought too.
Wow.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, why is it a hollow Earth and why is it expanding? I don't know.
Right. And how is matter being created?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something. You're right. Exactly. How is Earth being created? I could see.
Yeah.
Maybe ask Monty Charles those questions, but all of a sudden that's all gone pretty quiet.
There's an essay by Haltenarp that I have to find, because it's covering all that stuff, a lot of it, but he gets pretty technical with some math equations and stuff, so I steered away from it. I didn't want to get into that.
What was just on, what you just were showing on the video was from Jurassic Park. Big old.
Yeah. Well, I like GIFs, So.
Oh, by the way, Greg, what's going on there? All that sharp cutting of that granite back in the day, 10,000 years ago. Mm-hmm. There's a bit of WTF going on there.
Yeah, that's a lot of that going around.
Yeah, there sure is. So many structures that can only be observed and appreciated from how far above ground. Like these structures, what do they call them? Star structures.
Geez, I don't know. Hey,
cities, like the what's it called? The Statue of Liberty. If you look at it from the top down, you get to see the star. I believe it's a 7-pointed star. But anyway, there's like structures all over that have the same type of geometry incorporated into architecture. And
wow.
Okay, goodbye.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it, I think everything is pretty much the same.
Go ahead.
So probably what's a little bit more scary is not so much about what's the real truth of cosmology and X, Y, and Z in the world. It's about why isn't this information being shared?
They keep it to themselves.
Yeah, that's more scary. To me, that is more profound than the truth. So that's what pisses me off.
I saw this same star structured geometry at a place. I was surfing Hurricane Elena in the Gulf of Mexico off Pensacola Beach, and I rode in a huge wave, and as the wave went back out, receded, oh man, I was on top of a point, a geometric angle on top of the fort that I could not see from the ground. And as I was looking around, it was like remnants of the stuff. And then since then, I've made a friend that's really good with Google Earth, and they were able to dial right in and like, yep, that's a or was a, what do they call them? Star fort. That's it.
Yeah. People are, they find all kinds of crazy stuff on Google Earth. Creatures, huge creatures in the middle of the Thames River, and just crazy things. They even have a figure that's spotted somewhere in Loch Ness that looks just like the Loch Ness Monster on Google Earth.
Really?
Yes. It looks just like a plesiosaur or whatever those things were called.
You mean like
plesiosaur?
Like a shot from above, like a satellite?
Yeah.
I mean,
you can see this figure in the water that looks just like it's got the fins and the big middle and the, yeah.
You know, but those things can be photoshopped. If you're trying to get people to subscribe to your channel, you're going to try to.
How are they going to Photoshop Google Earth? Because they try to cover stuff up. They don't.
No, I'm not talking about Google themselves. I'm talking about the person that's making the video.
Well, they give the coordinates for you to go there yourself. I never really.
Oh, there you go.
I never followed it up, but next time I will.
Well, I would. Yeah, I don't. There you go. That would be one thing. That's one thing that. Okay, I would definitely follow it up just because.
Well, I wasn't aware of these structures that were so obvious if you know what you're looking for until a friend of mine from the Netherlands I made friends with, and I spent hours with him just showing me material that he had located all over the earth, that it's like, how in the world can you plan this, not to mention observe its existence even, unless you're so high in elevation? It's just mind-baffling, especially when they go to dating these things. It's like this just doesn't add up, especially to what we're being taught. It doesn't match whatsoever.
It seems like most dating methods are just FUBAR. They don't, they're not very reliable.
Well, and they know it too. I was listening to the radio because I was outside watering, and I don't know what station I was listening to, but there was a scientist, some girl, and they were talking about the dating thing, and that's a problem. And she said that yes, the scientific community, we've been working on trying to make it more reliable, more. And she said it's just turning out to be really hard. It's difficult because just because something comes out of in an area, like where you can date all the rocks around it, and they come out to a certain date or whatever. But yet the one thing that say that's whatever they're trying to date, the rock around that thing is older, or it seems older or younger than it should be compared to the other area around it. And she says she said there's other factors involved that we're not really quite understanding that can change, why one thing could be really, really old looking, or I mean, come out to be old looking in their readings or whatever. But right next to it is something else that comes out to be, we're really, really young comparatively, and they just, she said, we're working on this problem. She said, but she said, we know it's not, you really can't go by what those things say. And she came out and said that. I thought that was pretty cool, because that's what I think.
Yes, Allen and Delaird wrote a book called The Day the Earth Nearly Died. And in that book, they state that they took volcanic rocks from Hawaii that they knew were formed within the last 200 years and had them thorium something dated, and they dated back to almost 1 billion years.
Well, but what are the rocks made out of?
Years old.
The rocks are made out of. But they're made out of the molecules that are billions of years old. Is what I'm saying.
Yes. Well. Yes.
You know what I mean? Because everything is like a conveyor belt. I mean, it goes down and comes up, goes down and comes up, and it just gets
Well, electricity is so powerful that it transmutates radioactive species in the rocks. It alternates. It makes it. Actually, the rocks and the carbon-14 at Tunguska showed up as a future date because it was so skewed by electricity.
Wow, at a future date. That's wow.
Mm-hmm. That's right. I have a video
so these pictures
called Wall Thornhill discusses Tunguska. Yeah, about 17 minutes long.
I'm watching the pictures that are coming up in the video for in this live stream video.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're just all different, but I mean, these are pictures that you found were just kind of interesting.
Oh yeah.
And like this one right now, like what is this? Is this in the clouds or is this on the moon?
I'm trying to see what you're looking at. That is Aristarchus crater.
Okay.
It is one freaky looking. Sometimes it's white. It looks like a geometric design, doesn't it? Sometimes it's white, and then sometimes it's blue. How could it shine blue?
That's weird.
That crater blows my mind.
I mean, that white dot there in the middle there.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with that?
I don't know. There's a lot of freaky stuff about the moon.
And I love these.
Good.
Well, you have like now you're showing I think it's that in China that thing that they found that it was full of water and they took all the water out, and it's like some underground thing with those columns and stuff.
Yes. That it's like it shows high tech work. Right?
Yeah,
it's a high tech system with drainage and ventilation and it's pretty amazing, isn't it?
And what's this now?
Is
this CERN?
I'm looking for a certain picture to discuss, but
what is this picture of?
But I'm not seeing.
You should be looking at your video stream. It's like I don't know what this is. It's eye cracking land.
I have to look
what
at
is
the
that?
live stream.
Grouch?
I haven't said hello to everybody yet. I got to go in there.
Oh, here's some more dinosaurs.
I'll go to the live stream, but that's a couple of dinosaurs. All right, hello everyone.
I love dinosaurs. I've always loved dinosaurs.
I'm gonna say hello to everybody, and we're gonna show a little bit more of a video. We'll segue back into a chat afterward. You guys can hang out for a while. And let's see. First we gotta get everybody that's on the live stream. Okay, there it is. Okay, good. So let's say hi to folks. Let's see who's here. We got 31 watching at 5 o'clock in the morning. We've been broadcasting for 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 29 seconds. It's almost 4 hours. Secret Owl, hello. A1, how's it going? St. Pauli, okay, that's cool that you're talking to folks. I like that. Thank you.
St. Pauli.
And A1 and Secret Owl are having a good conversation.
Hey, Nick, how are you?
13th monkey.
A1. Hey, Nick.
Dick's here. Well, Dick, come on, say hello, man. Don't be shy.
Yeah, Nick, come in the chat.
That's pretty much it. Everybody's, their guys are amateurs.
Yeah, you guys are being really quiet for some reason.
Yeah, sometimes it's just like that. I know.
Howdy, guys.
Hey, what's up?
There you go.
Hugo, some guy. What's up,
Hugo.
Nick? Deuce, you're up.
Good, brilliant.
Good to see you, man. Hi, A1. What you been doing? Anything new? Hey, I gotta
I've been
ask
down
you.
in.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish.
Very good. Yeah, I'm down in Devon at my niece's graduation, amongst other things. I was meant to be off to the golf club with lunch with the mayor today, but apparently there's no chef, so that's been cancelled. So we're off to Dartmoor, and I'll send a load of pictures because this is where the legend of Navian, the British Noah, is from. And it's a fantastic place. I'm enjoying the show. Sorry, I only just woke up earlier. We had a massive big champagne reception in this amazing garden yesterday, which were fantastic, inspirational, and and today.
Go ahead.
Today, I promised Grouch that I'd get some shots of this place in Dartmoor, which is an amazing place. I mean, it just looks prehistoric, the whole lot of it. It's fantastic. So, look forward to that in a bit. Other than that, I'm really enjoying the show, guys.
Yeah?
Where is Dartmoor? Is that by the coast?
Dartmoor's on the southwest bit of England. It's all granite. It's all granite tors that kind of stick out, and it's just water and water, and then heavily wooded valleys with the beautiful rivers going through them. You could canoe down or something, you know. Anyway, I'll get a load of photos.
Nick, did you happen to see the premiere?
I'm sorry, I haven't caught it yet. I didn't wake up till kind of 7 o'clock this morning, 7 or 8 or something, so it's now 10 o'clock.
I wanted to ask you if you ever heard the story about the ghost bomber that landed itself.
No, I haven't heard that.
What?
Yeah. You guys didn't see the premiere, did you? Well, I have
what's
some
the story?
freaky stuff in there. Well,
I'll watch it later on, that Greg, when I catch it, you know.
I'll show it right now.
Like great stuff.
It's only
Please do.
5-6 minutes long. Okay.
You ain't scared.
Oh, goody.
Then the lack of water in England, that's an interesting feature.
Okay, yeah.
Tell us.
Well, I don't think any of the aquifers have changed. I don't think the water levels have changed. I think it's all been sold. The reservoirs up our way are only half full, and we don't actually use them for drinking, because we're on a massive ring main that comes down from the Lake District that serves all Manchester and, you know, the big conurbations. But where I live, in the hills, there's hundreds of reservoirs which were built maybe 100, 150 years ago, and they're normally always full, but they're kind of half empty now.
Okay, well, maybe that's what's happening over here too then.
Yeah, but they're selling the water somewhere. Selling
Fracking.
it.
Fracking, Nick, and mining.
Oh, well, they're not actually fracking around our way yet. They're not allowed to. So it can't be that.
Water rights.
I'm trying to figure out what would they need. I mean, other countries. I mean, what country? It's got to be. I just maybe it's for their underground bases. They think that maybe they're filling those reservoirs now with water for, when they think they need to go underground to escape the apocalypse or whatever.
Well, no, presumably those underground bases will be well below the aquifer line, so they'll get as much water. They'll do everything they can to keep the water out of those places.
Exactly. I thought of that many times. If they're, I don't think people, if they think they're safe under there, I don't think so.
But the water companies are all they're just about international now, so they've got pipelines. They're sharing the water all over the place. Of course, Europe hasn't got much, so there's a big demand for it at the moment. And I think that's where it's going.
Are you guys familiar with the war that happened in Rwanda back in the 90s?
What, the Hutu and Tutsi thing?
Not quite. That was a front. But who owned the water rights on the Nile?
Oh, well, yeah. I can't imagine.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'd be fighting about it, yeah.
Just step back and study.
And who built High Dam, and when and why?
Yeah, that's all about who owns the water, right?
Yeah.
So let's not go there because pretty scary shit. And yeah, it's not a pleasant story, and it's happening globally.
It never is. It never is. It never is a pleasant story. But I think it's a massive resource that we've, that is just shared out willy nilly again. It's the highest bidder, isn't it? So everything's so commercialised.
Energy, water, food, control, 100%, whatever.
Everything up.
Yeah, but what just create desalination plants. Come on. There's oceans of water.
They use a lot of energy.
So half the place is flooded. Half the place is flooded.
The energy can be created just from the water.
Our Murray-Darling system, Grouch, Murray-Darling system, no good.
Yeah, well, that's all good.
When it comes down to it, that's another way of. So it uses a lot of energy. So that's whatever. It's people need water.
Pauli, the thing is, even when you put it through that osmo, whatever they call it, process, you still have to mix it with fresh water. Right? It's still not 100%. Pardon?
There's what's the point of the desalination? I mean, if you have to mix it with fresh water, then you're not making fresh water.
Well, you're never going to get it. You're never going to get it as good as fresh water. So I'm still going to have sort of contaminant left from that process. And when you use desalinated water piping, it's very hard on your piping system for your water flow. Right, so you will get a lot of rust quick with it. So you do have to mix it pretty well with fresh water. Like you'd still be saving a lot of water.
Did you know they're cutting gas now with ethanol?
Cutting gas with ethanol.
Yep. You smell gas. It don't smell anywhere near as strong as it used to.
Yeah.
With ethanol.
And this is after it was made public that it was a mistake. That ethanol was a mistake. And here we are.
When I pump gas now, I don't smell gas.
I think they're topping up the gas with ethanol because that's what's grown in the fields. What they're making out of biology, corn and what have you. That's what they'll make the ethanol with, and then mix it into the gas supply. So you're growing your energy at the moment. That's what the fields.
You can put 20% ethanol in petrol.
Yeah, that's right. That's it.
So what does that mean? I mean, does it make it more toxic or?
No, it's a clean. It's a very clean burn. It's a very clean burn.
Does it foul out your pistons? That's what I want to know.
No, it won't.
Depends on the vehicle and how you run it.
The 85 has more oxygen in it.
all modern engines will run well on it, but if you leave them parked up, say, for a month and start them up, they're a bit coffee when they start up on it.
Yeah, it depends on how you. Yeah. Well, something right. It's like you got it.
You guys want to watch the Ghost Bomber?
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
Go for it.
All right.
Yes.
All right, kiddies. Let's get into it. Here we go. Wait a minute. That's the slideshow. That's not the video. Where are you? Here, okay. And
Can I say hello to the sex bot?
go ahead. I'm going to start it.
Hello, sex bot.
But I'm very curious to know what you think. I would like to read your comments. What is your stance on the giants of Earth's past? Do you think they're still with us?
I'm sorry, Learnshare. I just deleted the guy, the sex bot.
Let me know.
He might not hear
Don't
you
forget to hit that like button and subscribe. And
That's the second time I've ever seen that kind of stuff in a chat. Surprising.
This is the ghost. On 23 November 1944, at the height of World War II, a base in Kortenberg, Belgium, became the site of one of World War II's biggest mysteries. It seems personnel at the base were shocked to see a B-17 bomber flying low and hurtling towards them. Since no emergency message had been sent, no one expected to see the plane so recklessly flying above. Personnel at the base could only wait and watch as the lumbering bomber came hurtling towards them. They were very relieved when the bomber just missed the base's building structure. As it passed by, they noticed the landing gear was down. It hit the ground pretty hard and bounced. While it was slowing down, it was bouncing its way down the runway before eventually coming to a stop. Everyone was relieved when no one else was injured, as they waited with bated breath for perhaps the crew to come out and explain their situation. After 20 minutes passed and no one appeared, those who had observed the crash were hesitant to approach the plane. They were worried about their enemies resorting to sneaky tactics, perhaps booby-trapping the plane. So at first they believed it to be a trap. Eventually, a British major named John Crisp decided to investigate. After cautiously approaching the plane, Mr. Crisp opened the hatch. And once inside, he made a pretty startling discovery. The entire interior of the plane was empty. After Crisp found some partially eaten food, he ascertained that it had to have been at one time occupied. However, there was no one in the plane, alive or dead, and the plane's parachutes had not been yet used. How could the plane have flown and landed on a base without a crew? The military began to investigate and eventually discovered that the crew was alive and well in Belgium. They reported that the plane had been damaged and, for whatever reason, put the plane on autopilot and bailed out. I guess, damn the torpedoes wherever it lands. But just how could the plane have traveled so far without a crew? How could the crew have escaped without parachutes? And most perplexing at all, how is it that the plane could have landed itself at a military base? All these years later, these questions have never been answered. I found this to be most intriguing. So if you know, or if you have an opinion, please put it in the comments. What do you think? Yeah, it's pretty freaky, isn't it? How can a plane land itself? Was there a ghost on board, or what? I mean, that whole story is just pretty crazy. I'm gonna get you guys in here. Hold on. Yeah, okay. What do you think of that? Guys? Are you there? Guys?
I don't know what to think.
It's pretty nuts.
I think they were doing a remote control testing remote control.
Yeah, that's a damn good answer. I didn't think of it. I should have, but I didn't. Yeah.
I mean, they're not going to tell people straight up. You know, they have some way of remotely controlling their airplanes, but yeah.
Right.
I think so, Pauli, too. That's got to be radio controlled.
But I don't think autopilot. Your plane won't land in autopilot. It just keeps going by itself, right?
Right. Yes,
radio
but
controlled.
Right, it won't land. But like you said, if they had a radio control, they were probably messing around with guidance systems. Yep.
Definitely, because they're in all aircraft now, aren't they? They have override systems that you can block the pilot and just drive the plane off where you want now.
Yeah.
They will have been experimenting with radio control then, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's not like the military go, yeah, we were controlling the plane by. They wouldn't do that. They'd just say, we don't know.
Yeah, they're not going to tell them because it's something new. Mm-hmm. And if you can fly a bomber plane without putting people in it and save lives, that's what you're going to do.
That's pretty damn good.
And did radio control aircraft hit the market?
I don't know. That's a good question. Okay, well, since you figured that one out, figure this next one out.
Okay.
Bring it on.
All right, here we go. Now this one will go straight to Freaky Land. Well, maybe chalk another one up for the aquatic ape hypothesis. Maybe. As three friends somewhere were fishing in their boat, one of the friends claimed that he felt something grab him. And they started looking around to see what it could be. And they did. One drops a water bottle into the water. And this is what happens. Tell me what you think. Do you think that is a humanoid mermaid type hand, or is it a prank? It's a pretty good one if it is, because it looks pretty real. And going back to our mermaid show, there have been myths and tales of mermaids and mermen, teachers of men, all throughout history. So what do you think about that?
Well, I can't rule it out whatsoever, personally, because my research reveals the layer of fat we share with aquatic mammalians and a couple of other things that comes from passed down tales, for lack of a better term, at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You know, and I think it was, I can't remember who. Was it Cliff High or Joseph Farrell or something, said that they're keeping it under their hats, but they discovered a new humanoid species in a warm water lake underneath the ice in Antarctica.
Yeah. And that deep drilled a hole. They found an underwater.
Like a paradise lake or warm water lake or something. They found a humanoid Russian divers.
It's warm water underneath ice in Antarctica.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. A warm water lake, and it's got all these really wild looking plants, tropical looking stuff. I've seen some of that. I don't know what the name of the lake is. I wish I did.
They found a humanoid, or they
found a new humanoid species, according to Cliff High or Joseph Farrell. I can't remember which one said that now.
Let's see, A1 said it. Cliff High did it.
Yeah, okay, it was Cliff
did a
High.
thing on it.
Yeah,
on Forum Borealis, I think. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
I mean, so in other words, it's like a fish with a person, like a mermaid then.
Right. Yeah.
What else could it be?
Yep. That's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Like I said, before, it seems like the further we go into the future, the crazier things get. And then all of a sudden, 10 years ago, you'd think you were a kook if you said something about giants. Now it's pretty common knowledge that they existed. What's next?
Yeah, if not, it needs to be knowledge. We can help people learn about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty interesting. Yeah, I think, Andy, did we do the one where we're living in a sim? Did you catch that one?
We haven't done that. We haven't done that.
I think it's coming next, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
so we might as well watch it. I get a little artsy here for a minute, and then we'll get right back to business. I always got to do that.
Debates the belly dancers. I love the belly dancers.
In 1948,
that's a bit of a belly dancer, but it's not quite. It's a plastic one, isn't it? with 6 arms.
Woolly mammoth in Siberia. So you think that they were extinct? This video is considered to be particularly unusual. The mysterious footage appears to be that of a long extinct woolly mammoth, the size and shape of a large tusked elephant. The creature seems too long-haired to be anything else. The timing is eerie, because by that time the animal had been known to be long extinct. So what do you think? It would have been hard to fake an 8mm film in 1948, and it has the look that it's about right for that time. Of course, that can be fake. But this video has been around for a very long time, before the invention of things like Photoshop. So what do you think? And if you know anything about this, do let me know in the comments. Thank you. Okay, and then the simulation. Are we living in an alien's computer game? Elon Musk thinks it's probable. Elon Musk is messing with our heads again. This time he's saying it more than likely that life on Earth is just the creative imaging of a super advanced civilization that is playing us for their super advanced entertainment pleasure. His argument, which was covered in lots of places, runs so: Step 1. Look at the rate in which humans have made progress in computers simulating technology. Step 2. If we extrapolate and keep inventing and improving at that rate, it is entirely likely that at some point we are going to be able to simulate something that is indistinguishable from reality. Step 3. If humans are going to get there, then it's more than likely that someone has already done it. Step 4. Therefore, we mere mortals are probably part of someone else's simulation as we live our lives right now, which always makes me wonder, where is the source for electricity? Musk is actually riffing on a 2003 paper by Oxford professor of philosophy Nick Bostrom. I know Nick Bostrom. That's the wrong Bostrom. He's an English gent. I actually like Nick. Are we living in a computer simulation, known as the simulation argument? Bostrom theorized that one of 3 propositions is true. 1. The human race is likely to become extinct before reaching a post-human stage, hence Musk's imperative to get to Mars. 2. Any post-human civilization is unlikely to run a significant number of simulations of its evolutionary history. 3. We are most certainly living in a computer simulation. His argument is that the best we can hope for is that option 3 is true. But is it really likely that we are in simulation? What assumptions go into making such an argument? And can we tear apart those assumptions? We also think the argument is pointless.
Because even if the above were true, what could we do about it? And would it matter if what looks like reality isn't reality, but we have no access to what might be behind this reality? How could it change our lives given that we can never find out? I just wanted to add something. You know, I know a person who had a near-death experience, and I know there's a lot of people that have. And from what he told me, just the story of the two guys on opposing teams working together for 20 minutes, waiting for the ambulance to get there to bring him back to save his life, is a miraculous story in itself. But when I had talked to him about 2 months later, it really blew my wig back. Is that he was carried to heaven by angels, and he saw his dad. He had a heart attack. He flatlined for 20 minutes while they worked on him. He was a pitcher in my league. After he survived, they saved his life. Two doctors happened to be there, and they were giving him CPR. And he told me this time that he was carried to heaven by angels, saw his dad, and his dad said, "What are you doing here?" He goes, "I don't know." And he said, "No, you need to go back." And he pushed him, and he fell, and then all of a sudden he heard, "Shh, breathe." Now that's pretty freaky. And that makes me think that we're not in a simulation, if that's the case. Finally, the Musk musings reveal a shocking lack of imagination about what aliens are capable of. How likely is it that super-intelligent extraterrestrial beings are living even remotely the same sort of lives as us? Are they also playing around on computer games when they should be doing their homework? Really, is parental supervision equally bad in Cyborg? And why would we think we are that interesting for this species to want to play with us in their simulation? What do you think? I'd really be interested to know.
No, there's a 1 in billions chance that this is base reality.
Oh.
Oh, and that right there, what you're looking at right there, I want to try to stop the video. I'm going to turn you guys back on now and get your thoughts. That right there was posted on the internet on Yahoo. It said, proof U.S. government is manipulating the weather. How that, because of the unusual cloud pattern. This is off South Africa or something. Yeah, right here.
But proof the U.S. government is manipulating. Okay.
Geoengineeringwatch.org. And you know, I have somewhere a speech given by John Kennedy to the UN in 1961 that said that by 1990 we'll be able to control the weather. What do you think of that? Do you think that they're controlling the weather?
I think they can affect the weather, but whether they can control it is a different matter. I think they can certainly affect it. They can stop it raining or make it rain if the clouds can be there to be seeded. They don't. If they do affect the weather, the effects transmit right round the world. So I don't think they've got any level of control of it. Not control, but they can affect it, probably detrimentally. I would think. Militarized, isn't it?
When Kennedy was talking about it, he was talking about there won't be any more droughts. You know, if there's going to be a drought somewhere, we'll just go and make it rain there. I mean, he was thinking more on the benefit of mankind kind of thing. But I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, seeding clouds, that's been around for since there's been airplanes.
Yes.
Cloud seeding.
You remember Dr. Judy Wood when she talked about
Hurricane Aaron. Yes.
Yeah.
I remember the hurricane that day. That's what I was concerned about because it was in the forecast. It was making an AB line.
Yeah. Yeah, and as soon as 9/11 was over, it went into DC and died right there.
Yeah, like a 90-degree angle. Spun around. That was odd.
That's odd.
So if they found a way of shooting electrons out of the Twin Towers, and that might attract the electricity coming in from the hurricane to meet all the protons there, and if they may have found a way to to make that an anode or a cathode, well, it'd be a cathode, I suppose, then it would disintegrate, wouldn't it? There's something like that going on with the twin towers, I think.
What do you think about us living in a matrix?
I think it's a greater chance that we're living inside something of a much greater scale, like microbes in our bodies. Different scale of time, volumetric, etc. Beyond comprehension, kind of.
Yeah, well,
I agree, Lou.
That's pretty good.
But we're not robots like Mustangs.
No. When I was younger, I used to share some of my visions with people, and then they came back and said, "Hey, man, have you watched the movie The Matrix?" I was like, "No, I don't watch TV, movies, and crap." But anyway, they said you got to watch it, and when I watched it, and I was like, "Yeah, kinda," except for when everything turned to ones and zeros. No, that's not what I experienced whatsoever. It's not just digital. That's just a small piece of it.
And if you ever notice it, as soon as a movie comes out, like Men in Black or the one you just mentioned, all of a sudden, a couple of years later, there's a group of people that treat it like it's something that really exists, when it was just a movie. But then they talk about predictive programming, and I don't know.
Well, they do that now with humans.
What's that?
They're doing that with humans now, predictively programming us.
You haven't heard of Project SMUD, St. Pauli, in Sacramento? Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, this is from my experience as an HVACR technician, test and balance engineer, and having to follow all the guidelines of the Clean Air Act and the Montreal Protocol when everybody was told it's the end of the world because the ozone layer was depleting because of CFCs and HCFCs, which is what I was working with. Refrigerants was also used as propellants and aerosols, etc. But anyway, Project SMUD was a project for these, basically a community in Sacramento to sign up to this plan for power governance, basically. And it was supposed to be like a landmark for what is it called? Green energy, basically.
Okay.
Well, it started off with a bang and big push at the beginning, and then heard nothing else about it.
Well, all I know is because we have SMUD, and when they had like all these blackouts, how they started this thing where they're going to, they made blackouts. They just, for whatever reason, and everyone around us. I mean, everybody around us. But if you had SMUD, you didn't get blacked out. So SMUD, when as we didn't get blacked out. That we didn't go through any blackouts because we had SMUD. So I looked at them as an independent. I mean, I don't know because they're relatively. It's a small little utility, really, but they're somehow or other they stayed out of the. The program or whatever, of shutting down people's electricity. I mean, that was just the weirdest thing when that was happening.
Well, that goes hand in hand with the weather manipulation, is what I'll call it. That was taking place by our government, issued out in the mail updates to the farmers, letting them know that they were going to help them with the drought. This was late 40s. So this at least attempt has been around for quite a while.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. But I mean, But SMUD is, it's kind of a weird thing. Somehow they're either really powerful, a really powerful thing where they say, we're not going to do what you tell us to do, and they just do it their own thing. I mean, it's kind of a weird thing because it's a little small utility, but somehow they're able to be separate from everything else. From what's it called? The other thing is called PG&E. Very interesting.
Is SMUD like HUD, or is SMUD like a utility company?
SMUD's a utility. It's
Yeah.
And that's what we have. I mean,
for that community, yes.
Yeah, it's a small, and it doesn't service a whole bunch of people, but I mean, it does service, in our area. I'm not sure how many people it services actually, but enough. There's, enough area, but I mean, it's compared to PG&E for somehow or other, it's like a PG&E, it circles all the other area all over California, except our area is like this little pocket of, and I don't know how they're able to stay independent, and I don't know how that works. I mean, there's something up there.
Yes, it's called, we call it generation of power.
I mean, somebody's letting Bud stay there.
Yes, you are sorry.
What was that?
That was Megan from home.
Ah, hello.
No, what else are you going to show us, Greg? I have a dream. I have a drone.
Uh-oh.
Greg's got a mountain of spooky stuff, but I think there's a lot of licensed photography.
Let's see. Secret Owl says SMUD serves over 1.5 million people. Wow.
I don't know. But I mean, they're unto themselves, right? They're not.
That's if you signed into it. I don't know, like, if the initial, see, I just caught it in the beginnings. This was 1990, 91, 92.
Well, we moved up here in 91. Yeah, it was 91 when we moved up here, and we had PG&E, and our regular, even if we never turned on the air conditioner, and we even barely even turned on the heat, we didn't run appliances all the time or anything, and our bills would be like $200 a month, and that's not using anything, okay? And that was in the 90s. And then one time, my husband's sister came to visit, and she was there for 3 days, and we were gone, and she was there for 3 days. And when the bill came after their visit, it was $700 and something. And that was ridiculous. I mean, I remember that was just, fine. And then PG&E got busted, that after a little while, a couple of years after that, they got busted for, overcharging people or whatever. Black and white, and the pics they show us was artist rendering. What? Oh, I'm looking at what A1 is talking about in the chat. So, I didn't know SMUD. Oh, wow, 1.5 million people. That's a lot of people.
Oh, I think he's talking about the Hubble telescope.
Perhaps I'll roll a video for a bit.
All right.
What's the next one?
Well, I'm going to do this little thing by Mark Lerner and Dark Matter. I've shown it a few times, but it's so good. We're going to watch a few minutes of that.
4,000 or 6,000 years ago. They now say it was created 10 billion years or 20 billion years. So for most people and also for many scientists, they see a connection between this creation which comes from the Bible and this scientific point of view.
In 1952, in August 1952, we had a meeting of the International Astronomical Union in Rome. And we were received by the Pope. The Pope was then Pius XII. And Pius XII made an address to the astronomers. And this address was very clear. He said, oh, the Big Bang is the Fiat Lux, and how beautiful is the astronomy, how it proves that the greatness of etc., etc., etc. And I've been always sort of an heretic in all that sort of things. I don't believe in any God. And having the Fiat Lux and the Big Bang associated each with the other made me suspicious from the very beginning.
Nowadays, the majority of the physicists and astronomers, they believe and they work with the point of view of the Big Bang, according to which the whole universe did originate out of nothing, like 10 or 20 billion years ago, in a Fiat Lux, in a moment of creation. There was nothing before, and then the whole universe did appear and then begin to expand and to grow, and our galaxy, our life came out of this great explosion in the past. But I myself I had always problems with this point of view, because they are somewhat against the principles of physics, the most basic principles of physics, which are related with the conservation of matter and conservation of energy.
I forgot completely about the Big Bang because it just didn't interest me to look in those distant things of which the physics was rather vague and difficult to observe. But let's face it, in all the story of astronomy, for years and years and centuries, the progress came from new observations and from confrontation of those new observations with past theories, contradictions, sometimes no contradictions, sometimes just a confirmation, but most often the contradictions led to new progress, to changes in the theories.
In standard Big Bang cosmology, you have what I call a series of epicycles. The Greeks used to have epicycles, which are known as circles whose centers move on other circles, whose centers move on other circles, in order that they could correctly describe the position of a planet at any given time. They found that in some cases they had to introduce many circles before they could get anywhere near the reality. These epicycles are the assumptions that have been put in ad hoc into the theory from time to time.
The way that the Big Bang has handled the cosmic microwave background is a very good example of how this process works. When the cosmic microwave background was discovered in 1964, this very smooth, even radio radiation coming from all directions at once, the smoothness of the microwave background was considered a proof of the existence of the Big Bang. Only a universal explosion, they argue, could create this smooth, even background.
Now, this is not necessarily so. Actually, the 3-degree radiation, to me, has not a cosmological value. It is observed in any cosmology. In any cosmology, you can predict the 3-degree radiation. So it's a proof of no cosmology at all if it can be predicted by all of them.
There's no explanation at all of the microwave background in the Big Bang theory. All you can say for the theory is that it permits you to put it in if you want to put it in. So you look and it's there, so you put it in. That's it isn't an explanation.
First of all, the temperature of the microwave background, basically the amount of energy, was not what the Big Bang supporters had predicted. They had predicted a much higher temperature.
So it was 50 degrees Kelvin that was being compared against the 2 to 5 degrees Kelvin from the steady state universe. Now, this may not sound like much, but in energy density, where we measure the absolute differences, the differences is 4 orders of magnitude, 10 times 10 times 10 times 10 difference. So there is an enormous difference between 50 degrees Kelvin, a rather poor indicator of what is happening in the universe, and 3 degrees Kelvin.
When you read the textbooks, they don't tell the whole story. They don't present these figures, 5 greater than 5, 7, 50, and then that they did find 3. So that's very strange how the textbooks, they hide a part of history.
And the temperature of the Big Bang proponents was rapidly readjusted from 50 degrees to 3 degrees.
But their theory could be adjusted so that the temperature becomes a free variable that be just taken as what was observed.
We have an observable universe which is made of stars, galaxies that are not very distant, and that's all, because the 3-degree radiation, I would even think that it might be local. Still not. And going beyond that is, I think, a wild extrapolation, whatever it is. And physics that we could imagine to be existing there is based on nothing, because we have no test for it.
Although Big Bang advocates claim the discovery of the cosmic microwave background radiation as conclusive proof of their theory, history actually shows that there is a long line of well-hidden predictions previous to those made by Big Bang theorists. Not only were these predictions prior to those of Gamow and associates, but more importantly, they were made without any need for an expanding universe and with far greater precision. This shows us that observations such as the background temperature of space have no preference for one or another theory, and therefore may not be used as definitive proof of any particular model. The fact that a theory is able to describe an observation does not mean that the observation proves the theory.
This is Bob Wilson at Bell Laboratories. The noise you're listening to is noise from a radio astronomy receiver on the 20-foot horn reflector antenna. This is the original instrument with which Arno Penzias and I discovered the cosmic microwave background radiation in 1965. This radiation comes from all directions and has a thermal spectrum. It sounds, therefore, very much like the noise you would hear on an FM set or a TV set which is tuned to an unused channel. Unfortunately, only about 10% of the noise you hear is coming from the cosmic microwave background radiation. The instrument is contributing about 22 degrees of noise. The Earth's atmosphere is contributing another 4 degrees. Our Milky Way galaxy is contributing 1, and finally the cosmic microwave background radiation, another 3 degrees.
When you say that the microwave background is a perfect black body radiation, that means it is completely thermalized. The theory of black body radiation tells you that that is the ultimate state of radiation, when all information of sources from where radiation came has disappeared. Because thermalization means that it's completely smoothed out, wiped out its sources.
One of the main things that people point to as confirmation of the Big Bang as a valid theory is its predictions of abundance of the light elements. That this confirms that the theory is a good theory. But in fact, it doesn't. In fact, observations clearly contradict this prediction of the Big Bang. Big Bang predicts the abundance of 3 elements: helium, lithium, and the isotope deuterium, which is the heavy isotope of ordinary hydrogen.
Now, one of the conclusions from this particular hypothesis that you can make deuterium in the Big Bang was that the density of matter in the universe should not exceed a certain value. Now, over the years, in the 1960s, this seemed to be holding out. 1970s, it seemed to be holding out. But by 1980s, it had become clear that the universe has considerable amount of dark matter, which is not included in these calculations. Now, if you include all this dark matter, you exceed the limit that deuterium abundance has put. That means if you assume that all the dark matter is present, then you could not have made deuterium in the amount that is observed in the universe. So this was a way of saying that the Big Bang prediction was wrong.
To determine the density of the universe and see whether this is consistent. If the theory is right, the density of the universe determined from deuterium abundance, the one determined from lithium abundance, and the one determined from helium should all be the same number. There can only be one density of the universe. Well, actually, that's not true. Again, these are gross contradictions, and yet again, it doesn't cause the abandonment of the theory. Big Bang theorists simply say, well, there must be something that we don't understand about the evolution of lithium, about the evolution of deuterium, and even though these predictions have steadily diverged over the course of time.
But what did the Big Bang proponents do? They wanted a way out, so they said that this extra matter, which is proving to be awkward to fit into the framework, has to be a strange kind of matter, which is often called non-baryonic matter. Non-baryonic matter is basically matter which is not made of protons, neutrons, and the kind of elements that we are made of here on the Earth, or which we see in the stars or in the interstellar medium.
Dark matter. What was dark matter? Dark matter was some matter that we don't understand, we don't know what it's about, we haven't observed it, but it isn't ordinary matter, so it doesn't enter into our equations about the light elements, and we can't see it as stars. But dark matter is 90 or 99% of the mass of the universe. This is what we call in science a fudge factor. When your equations don't work out, you just write in this little plus something. Well, in this case, this was a humongous fudge factor because it was 90 or 99% of the universe.
And you have to not only postulate that this matter has to exist, but it has to exist in quantities much greater than the amount you see of ordinary matter.
And I should emphasize that people have looked for dark matter. People have looked for dark matter since it was proposed 20 years ago. Axions, WIMPs, little particles that are supposed to be floating around in space that we should, in theory, be able to observe as they pass through the Earth. Dozens of experiments have looked for these particles. Not one has been found. Again, this should be a contradiction. The way science works, you make a prediction, observation contradicts it, the theory should be rejected. But that hasn't happened. And the epicycles don't end. There's a problem with dark matter, even theoretically. Even though we can't observe it, there's still a problem with it, which is dark matter slows down the expansion of the universe. So the length of time that the universe has existed, the length of time since the Big Bang, should be shorter than what's indicated just by linear expansion. The problem is it's too short. Prediction of the cold dark matter theory is that the universe should be about 8 billion years old. Well, that's a big problem. We can determine the age of stars in our own galaxy, in the oldest globular clusters, both based on very well confirmed theories of the nuclear evolution of stars and spectroscopic observation. And the stars in our galaxy are 13 or 14 billion years old. So it's very embarrassing to have 14 billion year old stars in an 8 billion year old universe.
In addition, they went into dark energy. Now, why did dark energy come in? Because if you take the present value of the cosmological constant and the cosmological constant which came out of inflation, you find that they are not the same. Not only they are the same, but you have to find that the difference lies in something like 108 orders of magnitude. Now, can you imagine a physical theory getting the answers wrong by a factor 10 to the power 108? Yet, the Big Bang cosmologists very coolly accept this and simply put in another epicycle by saying that there is a dark energy which has changed over the time by this factor. So we have to accept that.
Dark energy is some force, again, unknown on Earth, unpredicted by any theory that we have validation of here on Earth, that causes an acceleration of the expansion of the universe. So as the universe is accelerating, and it's older than appears on the basis of the dark matter theory, and it's 15 billion years old. So we solve the problem of the age of the universe by hypothesizing yet a third completely ad hoc epicycle dark energy. So now we have a universe which is 70% dark energy, 28% dark matter, and only 2% matter that we can observe through our telescopes and here on Earth. Epicycle is being piled onto epicycle. And in the process, what we call the predictive power of the theory is fading away to nothing. One of the most destructive features of the methodology of the Big Bang is that it conveys the idea that only experts can understand the universe. Only people versed in extremely complicated mathematics can understand the universe. That if dark matter, dark energy appear to be incomprehensible or even nonsensical, it's because you don't understand the mathematics of these complex equations. This is, of course, the argument of the emperor's new clothes. If you can't see the emperor's new clothes, then you must be either stupid or incompetent.
So this goes on, and we can find that the old Greek tradition of epicycles, which was even adopted by Copernicus and has been continuing in standard Big Bang cosmology. If we go by the history, the Keplerian orbits, which were elliptical orbits, very cleanly and neatly resolved the problem of planets. And the circles upon circles idea had ultimately to crumble down. Now, in the same way, I suspect that the Big Bang theory will collapse under its own weight of assumptions, and a more neat theory, neat interpretation of the universe will emerge.
Does this mean that the age of the universe is not what Big Bang theorists have implied? Could the universe be eternal after all? How much are cosmologists really able to know?
We are now in a stage which can be called a plasma universe. And we are simply not privileged to know what stage the plasma universe evolved from. We do not have privilege to that information. We do not know. We will never know. And this is one major difference between the plasma universe cosmology and the Big Bang cosmology that claims to be closing in on the final answer.
The universe described by plasma cosmology is quite different. Here we are talking about a universe with no beginning and no end, an infinite universe, continuously evolving, an evolution that is continuously increasing at an ever rapid pace. It is a universe in which there is a coherence between what we can understand in the here and now on Earth and what we can understand in the rest of the universe. A universe in which there is no real limit to our ability to understand more new phenomena. And a universe in which we can apply what we learn in the universe in present-day technology.
The basic difference between plasma and all other forms of matter, that is solid liquids and gases, is that a plasma produces electromagnetic radiation and also tends to filament. So that we would expect in a simulation, which is what we see, in an experiment, which is what we see, we would expect to see throughout the cosmos a filamentary structure that is a spaghetti of currents intertwining the cosmos.
We can use plasma theory derived from experiments in the laboratory, from the basic concepts of plasma instabilities, from Maxwell's equations, and from the well-known laws of gravitation, to describe and predict how the structure of the universe came into being and what that structure is. So the key question is, how could this structure come into existence? Now, in the Big Bang theory, the universe starts out extremely homogeneous, very smooth.
This was in direct contradiction to the plasma universe that insisted that the universe overall must be filamentary.
But what we have today is extremely clumpy matter. When I talk about these huge voids, the structure of voids, the matter inside the voids is less than 10%, perhaps less than a few percent as dense as the average. And the matter in the walls of these voids, where these filaments of superclusters of galaxies are located, is 10 or 20 times the average. So you have extreme clumpiness. Now, what's the problem for the Big Bang to explain this? There's a huge problem. There is not enough time since the Big Bang to form these structures. These structures are older, much older, than the time hypothesized since the Big Bang.
Now, again, in interpreting the observational information, we can again go to the laboratory, which we are privileged to diagnose in any number of ways, in any number of directions, and run any number of experiments, which you can't do with the universe. But we also turn to the supercomputer simulations. Now, what a simulation does is that it allows you to model the plasma, regardless of size, put in the rather few basic initial equations, and then follow the simulation through its various nonlinear stages and the different morphologies or shapes that the plasma will take.
In Tony Peratt's simulations, as the current spirals into the center of the galaxy, turns around and moves out along the axis of the galaxy. In that central area where the current is extremely concentrated, there seemed again the potential for violent events. And Alfvén and Peratt raised the question, couldn't this be a way of explaining the extremely violent events that occur in the center of galaxies that are known as quasars, in which huge amounts of energy are released in what, by astronomical terms, is a relatively small amount of time. That is millions of years compared with the billions of years galaxies exist.
Initially, the time frames shown represent 1 billion years or so, but now we're going to carry it out for 10 billion years to see what happens to these double radio galaxies or quasars as the two filaments have evolved into. And you'll see that the tails start to elongate, and fairly soon you're going to start to see a spiral structure. And as we get closer to 10 billion years, the end of the movie, you will see that we have formed the shape, the morphology, the shape of a spiral galaxy.
Now, Alfvén developed a number of concepts that were critical to the whole understanding of the plasma universe. First of all was the basic concept of scale invariance in plasmas. That means there are certain phenomena in plasmas that don't change regardless of whether you're dealing with a laboratory scale of centimeters or a solar system scale of millions of kilometers or a galactic scale of hundreds of thousands of light years. What that meant was that time scales the same way as distance does. So not only does this mean that the phenomena of the cosmos can be studied in the laboratory, but because of time compression, the phenomena of the cosmos are essentially transient phenomena. It's funny to think of a galaxy lasting billions of years as a transient phenomenon, but it's analogous to events in a laboratory that last only millions of seconds. Another way of putting it, the plasma universe is extremely dynamic.
It's not going to be hypothesis. We've moved further than hypothesis. We've definitely gone into the second lake, the analysis, and we're well towards the third lake. Now, we haven't reached the third lake, of course, and perhaps, well, you can't with the universe because you can't experiment with the universe itself. Now, of course, we, like Alfvén, his idea, indeed you can determine what's happening in the universe in an experiment, but as far as producing universes, well, we're not going to do that. So we're going to do the best we can.
There you have it. I mean, it just shreds the whole Big Bang concept. And basically what they've been doing is just adding epicycle to epicycle. And this all started, when you learn the history of cosmology, you go, is that all there is to it? Because I didn't know. I thought it was some big elaborate thing, it was established until I learned the history. And then once you do that, you go, they don't have anything right. Just as a layman, I could see that. So, here's another one that it's kind of jaw-dropping. According to Walt Thornhill, standard model Big Bang cosmology does not have one correct prediction of its name. Chew on that for a while. Why is it still the theory, It's not even
theory. I don't even like that word.
It's a hypothesis. It's not even a theory.
A hypothesis.
Yeah, you just you have to have dots to connect in order to make it a theory.
See, yeah, that's my whole problem I have when I was taught scientific method. They said you must form a hypothesis to either prove or disprove. Now, if that's not limiting and retarding, I don't know what is.
Yeah, so, what the plasma universe is missing, of course, is the electricity. And they even talk about current, but they just won't go there. I don't know why. I really don't know why, because just plain as the nose on your face, there's only one power in the universe that can run things. Electricity. There's nothing else. Nuclear power is electricity.
Well, energy, like in physics, whatever, taught, measured in BTUs.
What else is
or yeah, it's British thermal units and joules, depending on which units of measurement, which scale system you like to use. The energy is simply the ability to do work, and like you said, the magneto-dielectric, what we call electricity, that's predominant everywhere that I'm aware of, even within our bodies. All the other systems, but especially like the myelin sheath. But every part is magneto and electric. We have like magnetite crystals in our brain. We have
our body's
yeah.
charged 70 million.
Yes, we are. Yeah, we are electrically structured water beings, like plants, animals. But we are.
Greg, don't you need electricity to get plasma?
Well, according to Mr. Peratt, the plasma creates the electromagnetism. So that's one thing that's always been a question mark with me is, does the plasma create the electricity or does the electricity create the plasma? But
because when
we were in here now, we heard Lerner or Peratt say, when you have plasma, they form filaments. Well, the filaments are Berkeley currents.
It's about the electric potential of the atoms in the plasma.
Yes.
Well, this is
when they did the sapphire experiment, weren't they producing? All right, they were already putting a small amount of electricity in, but weren't they producing plasma, which was then transmuting elements and giving off higher electrical charge?
Yes.
Well, during the show, I heard one of them say that plasma forms filaments, so that according to them, the plasma creates the filaments of electricity. But see now what?
And I love those quasars because I think they're very important. And I like when they link together and they'd start circling. I call that the dance of life.
Yeah.
And I can't help but think of alchemy, not what people think of today, but all science before this great separation and compartmentalization. I'm sure there was a simpler term for magneto, electrochemical, plasmoidal, etc., etc., etc. But I think the best, most simple way is to say electric.
Yep.
Like
electric magnetic. Would electric magnetic be similar?
Magneto-electric is what I like to call it. But there we go again. It's like chicken or the egg, the filament or the charge or the current flow. To me, I see it as circuits. But
yeah.
What's the beginning?
Continue.
I'm just letting you guys go at it. I'm looking for something I'm going to show down the road.
Oh.
Yeah,
I was trying to be quick and shut up.
No, I'm just.
I like that last video, Greg. That last video I thought was quite good.
Oh, you mean the cosmology quest? Oh yes.
Yeah, I thought that was quite good.
Yeah.
Mm.
One of my favorites. They're not Electric Universe, but they're not mainstream either, and they just beat the shit out of the Big Bang with all dark matter. Dark and he puts it right on the table. It's nonsense.
Yep.
Yeah. What is gravity? They can't tell you what gravity is. They don't know what it is. It's a dipolar electric effect or a magnetic effect. Magnetism is now. See, here's the thing that this is.
Have I got iron in my cells? So if I got iron in my cells, and there's iron in the core of the Earth, and it's magnetic, that's why I'm held on the Earth. That's why I always get attracted.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
There's iron at the core of ourselves.
Yeah, so that means we're always getting drawn to Earth.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a magnet.
Like iron filings. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We do have hematite in our body as well.
Oh yeah.
Lots of lots of different. Yeah.
But I was hoping Rob was going to get on because he said something last week that I didn't quite get it clear. I think he was saying that magnetism is not a byproduct of electricity. And if that's true, then I just don't understand what he thinks it is then. Is it a separate...
He thinks that you need both. He thinks that you need both, Greg.
Well, of course.
So
the lines of force will create the... Have you ever seen a charge like the lines of force go out and the magnetism forms a circle? It looks kind of like our magnetosphere. So the electricity has to create the magnetism. Where would it just come out of thin air at the same time?
Yes. His basis is you need electricity for the magnetism, and you need the magnetism for the electricity. So if you want to have a look at it, I suppose you could say you need a pair. And one side's electricity, one side's, and they work together, and each one gets stronger.
Yeah,
so like you said, with the charge in that, Greg, you got more charge, more resistance, you get higher magnetism.
You know, Santos said
that's the way I believe he believes.
I remember Santos saying, you know, you have what Jesus' name was Emmanuel.
Yep.
And Mary Magdalene was his lady, right? That's L and mag, electricity and magnetism. Isn't that funny? Yeah.
So what Rob says is he would like to see if someone could do an experiment where you could isolate one from the other. But we can't.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
But it would be very expensive. It would be very expensive to do it, to be able to create the conditions where you didn't have electricity to create the magnetism and vice versa.
Yes, because I was always under the impression that the lines of force are the electricity going off into forever, and then the circles that are created around it are the magnetism that is the byproduct of the lines of force, the electricity. But I could be wrong. That's just how I perceive it.
Well, that's how it's been sort of put, where Rob's saying, well, without the lines, so you need the lines of force, but you need the magnetism going around it to continue the lines of force would probably be the way.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So without one, you haven't got the other.
I don't think has there ever been a case where electricity was detected without a magnetic field around it? I don't know.
Well, that's what Rob's saying. It would be good to see if you could do an experiment like that, but it would be very difficult to find somewhere where you could isolate both to do it.
You know, they have this thing, I think it's called dielectric, where if you put a smaller sphere underneath a larger sphere, rotate it at a certain speed, that it would...
Nigel said they are same, just different form.
Have anti-gravity effect. That's basically all field propulsion.
Yeah, well, in physics, it's called counterintuitive action.
Okay.
When you have rotation, torque leads the angular momentum. Angular momentum's always going to follow wherever torque is applied. At this speed, as long as that speed of rotation, it's in physics we call it angular momentum. Like when you spin a coin, like if you thump a coin on a tabletop, as long as it maintains a certain rate of rotation or speed of rotation, it'll stay perpendicular to the plane. And then once it gets down to that where it's no longer there, it starts that wobble. It's actually quite simple, but the words that we were taught are so compartmentalized that my friend, which is a retired chemist, we've had to down these barriers, the compartmentalization of words and phrases, which mean polar opposites from physics to chemistry, which has been preventing us from being able to communicate correctly at all. Total misinterpretation. We thought we were comprehending each other, but we weren't. It's like, wait a minute.
Well, exactly.
You're not making any sense.
Well, exactly right. You know, like the U.S. is very belligerent to Iran because Iran doesn't lick our ass. You know, so we're trying to pick a fight with them. We want to, you know, Russia's looking out for them, but I mean, you know, with all due respect, let Iran do what they want. Why do we have to say you need to do this like this? Who the hell are we to say that? That's bullshit. You know, hey, more power to them. They want to be independent. Let them go, man. Why?
Yeah, but we don't really
mean and freaking want to have a war with them. Because
we don't really need any. We don't really need anyone else having nuclear arms. There's enough idiots with them now.
I agree with that. You know, no doubt. Nuclear weapons are completely useless. You can't use them. It's just mass murder. That's just what.
Yeah, I'd look at my deal with them. If you don't have nukes, whatever, you know. But of course, you've got the prophecy like we were talking about with Doctor Strange, and you've got Israel and all that.
You know, I mean,
ancient beliefs over there.
If two countries got in a war with each other at nuclear, I would think that they would be decent enough to just shoot at each other's military places and not the mass population centers, because the people don't have anything to do with it. We like Russians. Russians probably like Americans. It's not the people. It's the ideology of the freaking government. You know? Instead of looking at people, other countries like they're a threat, we spend more money than all countries combined on defense, because we're the massively most hated country in the world. Why? Why would that be? Because we've been nice guys? You know, I grew up, I'm so disillusioned. I grew up my whole life, first 40 years of my life, thinking America was the greatest country in the world. That we had
still is.
We had the greatest military in the world, that we looked out for the little guy. We never would start a war, and we were always on the righteous side. Man, I was so wrong. When I found that out, it was very disillusioning. And disappointing, to say the least. It was heartbreaking.
Well, you do have a great country, Greg. There's no doubt about that. You know, like you have that James Webb's telescope. When you put your mind together and work with like you didn't do all the work yourselves, there's been other countries involved in that. But when you do that, no one can argue. But you know, we all get sidetracked.
It's the whole military thing. You know, military really should be. Military should be at some point go extinct, because we're smart enough, intelligent enough, and compassionate and know enough about etiquette to say, okay, listen, we don't want to have a great big footprint. We want to have a little one, and we want to do our part to make the world a better place
for the betterment of mankind. All countries should feel that way, but they don't. You know?
It's down to two. You've got to look after and protect your patch.
Yep.
Don't you? Right? And
yeah, that's
and it's also nowadays it's about currency. Like, currency's the big thing. Who controls the currency and all that. Yeah. That's very important. And if you look through history, especially since the West-East India Company, what were they called? East India Company, which was Dutch. Which was Dutch. Well, you see, their big thing was that they had their own military.
Well, you know,
and it was interesting reading when I read where England actually did a deal with them and said, "Oh, look, we could do this for you," and then within a relatively short time, they'd taken them over. So. Yeah, so if you go back to Roman Empire, all them back Sumerians, all them,
yep.
We've been blowing amongst ourselves for a long time.
Yep. You know, I guess, you know, it's always going to be that way, unfortunately. It's a shame. Because we're capable of better. We're capable of beautiful things.
Yep. Hey, can I ask Learnshare a question? So Learnshare, how you going down there now? You're in summer. What's growing down in your backyard, mate?
Let's see. We got our second.
What do you got growing down?
Well, we already got our first potato harvest. We working our second potatoes. Our squash, all kinds of beans and peas. Chickens. I reckon that counts because they're growing there too.
For the first,
yep.
First time in my life, I have 4 tomato plants. Woo!
All right.
Yes.
We're doing well, aren't we, Learnshare?
Oh man, I got onions and different peppers, different types of seasonings. We've got everything from goldenrod to turmeric. But we're learning. We're experimenting and learning as we go.
Yeah, well, Greg's just started, and you're doing the same, aren't you, Greg?
What's that, sir?
You've just started putting a few things in, and you're learning along the way too, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah, I went and purchased some tomato plants because I just love homegrown tomatoes. They're so much better than the ones you buy at the store. And you know. Didn't have access to homegrown anymore unless I wanted to just do it myself, so I decided to do it this year. Now next year I'm going to till myself a garden and have what you guys are doing, have a little bit of everything. I'm just getting my feet wet this year.
Yeah, and it's good to get out and get your feet wet, isn't it, Learnshare?
Oh yeah, it is. It's healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is. All the way around.
Yep. So you get the soil on your hands and then under your fingernails, and that gets the good bacteria going, and
it
all just keeps working.
Absolutely, it does. Absolutely, yes. And
there was a program on Russell Brand the other day, and he was talking to this Hindu professor lady, a very highly experienced lady, who was talking about the role of agrochemicals and how it's actually depleted the nitrogen resources in the soils, and there is a way of restoring that nitrogen, and it comes to an ecological system that we've got to get back into the soil so that it produces its own natural. That's right, and we've got and instead of all these agrochemicals turning into salts and then desertifying the place.
I heard that was that lady from India.
That's right, and she talks an awful lot of sense.
if you go and have a look on her, you do the thing on each thing with her name. She's got a hell of a lot of information on all those sort of things.
It's all about getting an ecology moving again, and then you don't need to even fertilise once it's all running properly. This is what she's saying.
The trouble is now these companies have messed with seeds, and now they're claiming ownership of them, and the stupid courts are agreeing with it.
That's right, and none of these seeds that they're producing, they can't reproduce. So every year now, the farmers got to go back to that company, buy their agrochemicals and their seeds with already the pest genetics modified, so that they
absolutely shit.
So they've actually got flies growing in the fly DNA in the corn, so the flies don't attack the corn and all the rest of the shit. It's just a Frankenstein's monster. This big business. We've got to get back to growing properly and just using life as it should be used, in concert.
Why did
we've got to get
with
that.
the whole GMO thing in the first place? I mean, to me, it just seems like just blatant sabotage.
So they can capture the whole market. The whole market, they want everything. That's what they want. They want to control the whole means of food production.
Contaminate organic farms with GMO.
That happens.
That's just
and there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it if your neighbour wants to grow GMO and the seeds end up in your land. All right? But the whole point is, like Nick's saying, with the whole system, it's about who controls the production. And I was even told today, we're in New Zealand, farmers now are getting told what they can plant and what they can't plant, how much fertiliser per hectare they can use, and it's all to do with this environmental global warming business.
Yeah, and then the farmers get blamed.
Yeah, and then if you remember, Nick, that's what the Russians did to the Ukrainians in the 1920s.
They're heating up,
and then they just took their food and put them into. Pardon? What's that, Greg?
They're blasting the atmosphere with HAARP. That's what's heating it up.
Yeah. But you've also got the sun. Where are they getting all that power from?
I don't know. They know something. Well, see, the ionosphere is like 400,000 volts of positive electricity, and under our feet are 400,000
It's
volts
about
of negative.
Yeah, and the differential is where it meets. The differential, that is the key. It's charge differential.
It's like it's so far away it just tickles each other, and if it gets to a certain point close, it electric charge, lightning bolt, thunderbolt.
Yeah, a streamer come up from the ground and sprites shoot out from our atmosphere.
Yep. So there's going to be interesting times ahead. Like, I think the way we live is going to be changed a lot.
Walt Thornhill says that comets actually, or asteroids, whatever, they don't actually collide with the Earth. That the hole that's left is from the freaking thunderbolt that took it out. I actually have
the charge.
I have a 17-minute video of that very thing if you'd like to see it.
That would be good.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see you in 17.
See ya.
With Shoemaker Levy 9, all of the effects that we saw in Shoemaker Levy 9 were of a planet destroying an incoming object with a thunderbolt. The dazzling display baffled astronomers. Cosmic lightning flashes high above Jupiter's atmosphere from the ionosphere. No water was detected, and we could tell that it was the case that it was an electrical discharge phenomenon simply by this ring. An explosion doesn't drop a ring of material, but a plasma jet does. I was asked to referee this paper by a Russian who also considered the Tunguska explosion as an electrical event, an incoming object, charged object in the sky and its trajectory, and he was looking at geological formations on the ground under the track, and he came to the conclusion that this was examples of the Earth discharging towards the incoming object under the electrical stress, and this is precisely what I would expect. Witnesses reported strange weather and increased seismic activity in the area for days beforehand, and disturbances resembled magnetic storms following nuclear tests. Interesting, magnetic storms, electrical events. And the soil at Tunguska was found to be so enriched with carbon-14 that it shows up as a future date. The point is that the electrical discharges are so powerful that they will cause nuclear transmutations and implantation of radioactive species in the rocks. So we have dumb doomsday. This picture is one you've probably all seen of an asteroid hitting the Earth. It's entirely fanciful because there's no lightning to be seen. The asteroid would be destroyed by a cosmic thunderbolt before it could hit the Earth. What you would get would be an electrical crater on the Earth and a fall of sand and debris and small rocks. Certainly not that. The dinosaurs died not from an impact but as a result of a dramatic change in the Earth's situation in the cosmos. The electrical environment of the Earth must have changed dramatically. And this gets to the kind of work that we're documenting in the books that you'll see outside, Thunderbolts of the Gods. The solar system, the origin of the solar system, attempts to find a plausible naturalistic explanation have failed. In fact, one astronomer in a talk last year said that you need a different theory for every planet. It's just not satisfactory. I got my ideas about the solar system when I was a teenager, reading this book, Worlds in Collision, by Velikovsky. And he, as Duncan said in the introduction, was responsible for my interest in this problem of solar system dynamics and what is gravity. What don't we understand about it? Velikovsky argued that planets change orbits, exchange thunderbolts, and quickly settle into peaceful orbits. It's not a clockwork system. Rapid settling following chaos defies our understanding of gravitational systems, which for more than a two-body system, as I said, are chaotic. So our understanding of gravity and the solar system mechanics is wrong. This is an excerpt from our latest DVD. It shows that our ancestors saw a sky which we would not recognise.
So regular, predictable, one might think they've moved like this forever. Contrast to things claimed by the first astronomers of ancient Mesopotamia and numerous cultures that followed. They watched planetary motions with a compulsive fear. Why would diligent astronomers insist that the planets were the towering gods of a prior time? Planets ruled the destiny of kings and kingdoms, and they were the agents of doomsday, the end of the world. What was it about planets that inspired such reverence and fear? Far from the spotlight today, researchers are exploring these questions of planetary history. They bring wide-ranging backgrounds from comparative mythology to planetary science and plasma physics. All are asking if the solar system may have been unstable in the past, alive with electrical activity.
That's just an excerpt from our latest DVD. It reveals the profound effects on the Earth and prehistoric witnesses when the power of the electric universe was unleashed in a chaotic solar system. And that imagery you see on the cover is one of the preeminent images from that period. And it shows up today in all of our religious iconography. It's fascinating to visit cathedrals and so on, which I've been doing in Spain just recently, and to see this so-called Saturnian imagery just leap out at you everywhere. The cause of the chaos has much to tell about the origins of the solar system, because the story is more incredible than any science fiction book I've ever read. Normally, under gravitational theory, capture by the sun is almost impossible gravitationally because there's no energy loss. An object coming from deep space will just whiz in around the sun and disappear again. But electrical capture has a huge cross-section of the order of the diameter of astrospheres. That's a heliosphere generalized for stars, which is huge. And when charge exchange begins, energy transfer and mass changes begin and accelerations begin. Now, cold brown dwarfs are the most plentiful stars, and in fact they've just begun mapping nearby cold brown dwarfs, as they're called. It requires a special kind of infrared telescope. The result has been so far that they are discovering more than they expected, and this fits this story of the recent history of the solar system beautifully, because it seems that we are not originally of this solar system. When the dinosaurs roamed the Earth, we were a part of a cold brown dwarf system. The brown dwarfs, as I've shown in this picture, become comets during capture, eventually settling down around the new star, or their capturing star, as a gas giant. All of our gas giants are in the outer solar system, and I would suggest all are captured. The birth of rocky planets can occur during that capture process, just as comets explode for unknown reasons. They're actually electrical. A captured brown dwarf can also discharge matter from its core in an attempt to adjust to the new electrical environment in orbit about a brighter star. And Venus, I would suggest, that's Venus in that picture there, is the most recent addition, the most recently born planet in the solar system. This theory explains why so many hot Jupiters have been found whizzing around their central star in a matter of days or hours in some cases, to the puzzlement of astronomers who feel that gas giants can only form in the outer reaches of the solar system. So they've had to come up with the ad hoc idea that somehow these giants migrate in closer to their star. No, the star that gave them birth is holding the child close. It also explains the expulsion rings. These are misinterpreted as accretion disks. They're expulsion disks because stars and gas giants can emit material to form a ring, and all of our gas giants have some form of ring. You can find out family resemblances through their axial tilts, because a planet rotating is like a giant gyro. So you look at all the objects in the solar system and try and match axial tilts, and you'll find that Saturn, Mars and Earth are close. Venus is different because it was recently born, and it has a backward rotation because in the process of being born it's like gears meshing, and the object that's born is given a kick backwards. So it's rotating slightly backwards. All of this fits, it's simple. It doesn't need a separate theory for every planet. This is a professor from the ANU in Canberra, who I know quite well. And at one of his talks he said, when the remote chances of developing a habitable planet are added to the chances of developing both high intelligence and a technically advanced civilization, the odds of finding little green men elsewhere in the universe decline to zero. This is the hopeless kind of picture that we have from our present cosmology. The electric universe suggests completely otherwise. The most hospitable place for life is cocooned inside the red electrical glow of a brown dwarf star. And this, I think, will be borne out in future. Already it's been found that a nearby red dwarf appeared to be two red dwarfs because the glow from it was too bright to be associated with a small star. I would suggest these things are giants. All red stars are giants. And the so-called red dwarfs are actually giant, sufficiently big anyway to have objects orbiting within their red plasma sheath. So the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI, is mistaken in looking for a planet situated like the Earth, near a bright star. We're actually in a more precarious position than most life in the universe. However, we do have the advantage that we can see the universe. Planets orbiting inside this globe would not be able to see the universe, they would not be able to receive radio signals nor transmit them, which gives the answer to why we haven't heard from ET. Plasma mythology. This is where we get to the thunderbolts of the gods. Globally, petroglyphs show to a high degree of confidence that within human existence the Earth has suffered stupendous electrical discharge phenomena in the heavens. And this is down to an expert in the subject, a world expert, Dr. Anthony Peratt. He was absolutely astounded when he found that his work matched the work that we've been doing in comparative mythology and petroglyph drawings, because we were convinced that they were pictures of the sky. The origins of rock art are prehistoric. And you'll notice the forms are identical to the many forms generated by instabilities and high-energy plasma discharges. One of the most common forms is this squatter man. And you'll find this almost always associated with two circles underneath the elbows and above the knees. The plasma formation is this one. Raised arms, a plasma toroid, which you see as two bright circles, and the legs here, and often appendages and a head. This is the plasma form, that's the petroglyph. This new understanding is of monumental significance in understanding the real history of the Earth and humanity. We have lost knowledge. The Wandjina figure on the left there is from the Kimberley region, and in the book Yoro Yoro, where Jutta Malnik interviewed David Moaljalil about the legends from that region and what the significance was of this Wandjina man. And he used specific words and said, you must use these words because anything else will be incorrect. Malangiri, the lightning ring, is the first or closest to the head. The line between the eyes indicates where the power flows down and is not a nose. That's extremely significant. It's the same kind of imagery that the Maoris use when they poke their tongue out, or the images of Mars with a sword hanging down. Francis Bacon said, man prefers to believe what he prefers to be true. I prefer that it is to believe what the ancients had to tell us about the thunderbolt of the planetary gods, since it may illuminate the electric universe and confirm ancient testimony. Also, ultimately, it's easy to verify. Plasma discharge phenomena are complex and lifelike. The heavens were their arena, so all the celestial gods were plasma related and planetary related. It is where the planetary gods played out a celestial drama and fought each other with thunderbolts. That was their favoured weapon. So the words such as land, cosmos and even universe are usually the words of the translators and do not connote the original meaning of the words in creation myths. Even the word earth didn't refer to the earth originally, it referred to this phantasm in the sky. What is usually meant by such words in the original is the celestial land of the gods. It was the creation of the abode of the gods in these plasma forms. So creation refers to the generation of that celestial apparition. It has nothing to do with the creation of the earth, the universe, or anything. We can actually decode Stonehenge now. Like all great prehistoric constructions, it was built to commemorate the stupendous electrical phenomena seen in the ancient sky. The problem with all of the explanations so far for the monumental constructions like the pyramids around the world and so on, we've never had a motivation. The motivation was to recreate what the ancients had seen in the sky on the earth. Stonehenge has around the perimeter what's called the Aubrey holes, and there's 56 of them. You remember in that picture of the supernova and that ring of beads that I showed you? During some of these plasma discharges, those beads were also witnessed in the sky, and they have a characteristic number because these Birkeland filaments tend to form pairs, and then they pair with another pair, so it goes in a number sequence. And one of the common numbers is 56. And the 56 Aubrey holes mimic the discharge pattern seen in the lab. This is an example of one of those beams being intercepted by what they call a witness plate, with 56 holes or punched in witness plate. So the electric universe embraces plasma cosmology, accepts a non-expanding universe, explains gravity and magnetism, explains quantum weirdness, returns to an ether, explains electric stars, explains dramatic Earth history, and offers a coherent big picture. Just a few words about it, since we're running a few minutes over time, about predictive success. There was the Deep Impact mission, which I've mentioned, the Stardust mission, which returned high temperature minerals, the dust devils on Mars, which are electrical discharge phenomena in a thin atmosphere. I was the only one on planet Earth who predicted that the pole of Saturn, which has been in darkness for 14 years, would be found to be hot. It's because it's suffering an electrical discharge at the pole. Saturn's moons, I explained that I'd predicted that under the thick clouds of Titan would be found scarring on the surface, similar to that found on Mars and the Earth, and that was found to be so. It wasn't an ocean of methane. I explained the electrical discharge machining of Io and Europa, and made predictions which were borne out. I've predicted supernova 1987A. Those bright beads will rotate around one another and merge over time. And if you want to see more of the predictions, they're on the thunderbolts.info website, where we have a daily picture of the day, which is in competition with the astronomy picture of the day. And I believe our traffic now exceeds that of APOD, or Astronomy Picture of the Day, and several other well-known astronomy websites. Some people have our daily update with their morning coffee. Deep Impact was the best of all. Yep.
Folks, I'm going to have to log and start part B. And then we can get back into it. And we can do some chatting. You guys stay right where you're at. Wait, I don't know if you're turned on or not. Okay, I got to log because I'm almost at 6 hours. I won't be able to do any editing if I don't log in 9 minutes. So what I'm going to do is, you guys in the chat room stay where you're at. I'm going to close this down and start a new one right away.